I have some very bad news to report, and I know this will upset a lot of my readers and viewers, but my policy is not to pander to people by telling them what they want to hear, but to report the unvarnished truth, however unpleasant that may be. In this case, I am pretty sure that Commander-in-Chief and U.S. President Donald J. Trump was killed in the helicopter crash or hijacking near the Saudi embassy in Washington. The evidence I have for this is there's a lot of indirect evidence. But first of all, there was a 180-degree change in attitude. Before the crash, Donald Trump linked on his Truth Social a Jeffrey Sachs video where Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was called a dark and evil son of a bitch promoting endless wars. Then, after the crash, suddenly we have Donald Trump appearing on stage with Netanyahu, and this Donald Trump is the same height as Netanyahu, as you can see from the video we'll attach at the end, saying that, the International Criminal Court has made baseless accusations against Netanyahu and promoting this now widely derided plan to kick out the Judeans from Gaza Strip and create a big real estate development. And by the way, his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, is invested in something called Phoenix, which owns 10% of this land or claims to. So, rising from the ashes. So this is not the real commander-in-chief. Now, there's other evidence. As I wrote in my weekly report, airspace was shut down in the United States and Europe because Commander-in-Chief and President Donald Trump was supposed to go to Europe to meet with the European leaders and to discuss international criminal court charges against Netanyahu. I have directly confirmed with a European head of state that Trump never made it there. He did not arrive. The visit did not take place as scheduled. Now, we need to do some more fact checking on this. This is very preliminary, but let me tell you something else so that you understand what we're dealing with. The Italian black nobility or Octagon group, people, whatever you want to call them, have been manipulating our history with long-term plots. So when I keep hearing from agency people, we're watching a movie, this is true. We have actors pretending to be politicians, acting according to a script given to them by hidden puppet masters. Now, in the case of Donald Trump, the original died in a helicopter crash in 1989. And immediately after that, he divorced his wife, Ivana. And I'm willing to bet that if you did an archive search, you would find Ivana saying something like, he's not the same man. Now, this has happened elsewhere. So, for example, when the original Vladimir Putin was killed, his wife went to the German newspaper Bild and said that Putin had been killed and replaced with a lookalike, and that's why she divorced him. When Nelson Mandela was supposedly released from prison, his wife, Winnie Mandela, also said, he's not the same man, and they divorced. So I think it would be good to try to find Melania, offer her protection, and get her to testify that her husband was murdered. Now, I have a message related to this to Colonel Douglas McGregor. The Planetary Liberation Alliance would like to offer you the job of Field Marshal of the United States of North America. Now, remember, George Washington did not become president by issuing pamphlets. He needed to use men with guns. And the same is now the case in the United States. There's been a hostile takeover by Satan-worshiping gangsters who have been recording all your politicians murdering children in a sacrifice to Satan in order to get their complete obedience. And this hierarchy runs through the Chabad satanic cult. Okay, they have names, they have headquarters, we have targets. The other place you need to get on the phone, talk to your military buddies, mobilize them, We need to go into that Italian black nobility rat's nest at Mar-a-Lago and arrest the people there. We need to go into Silicon Valley. There's a few other places, but basically, it's time for kinetic action. There's no other choice at this point. Now, I've been, again, this is another thing that's going to upset my readers, but Ghislaine Maxwell has testified in public that Donald Trump was filmed torturing children at Epstein's Island. This is public record. Now, the agnostic Illuminati agreed to cover this up in exchange for his help in going against the deep state. But now that he's been killed, I think we need to get this painful truth out there. That's why we need someone like Colonel McGregor to take charge. Now, the reason he ended up as a colonel and not as a field marshal is because he hit a satanic glass ceiling. Because they knew he wouldn't allow himself to be filmed with blackmail material. So that's why he never got to general. And that's why it's going to be up to the colonels to clean this mess up. Now, another reason why action needs to be taken is that the fake Donald Trump, who is apparently now in public, just made a big appeal to Christians and religion. And then he announced that he was going to be appearing at the World Cup on Monday. Now, before he did that, he said that if the Iranians assassinate me, I'm going to have Iran obliterated. So my guess is that the Satanists behind Netanyahu and these people are going to try to pull a Hail Mary, or should I say a Hail Satan pass, and have this Trump actor assassinated in front of the entire world audience at the World Cup or at the Super Bowl, in order to mobilize Christian opinion and get them to support an attack on Iran, which will start their long-planned World War III to kill 90% of humanity. I believe that by announcing this plan, we can stop it. But this is clearly, I've received multiple warnings that if Trump goes there, he will be assassinated. This is from intelligence agencies. So this is all very heavy-duty stuff, but it's time to take kinetic action. And if you're, Vice President J.D. Vance, you did actually have your hand on the Bible when you swore the oath of office. You need to fact check everything I just said, and if so, you need to assume the presidency and work with Colonel, soon-to-be Field Marshal Douglas McGregor and other patriotic military. Remember, the United States military is not the Israeli military. It's not the Ukrainian military. It's the United States military. Their job is to protect the United States, and it's come to the point where you have to take action. There's no other choice. Now, there's other things that I've noticed about the Trump before and after. So before the helicopter crash, Donald Trump appeared in California and said that people who were victims of some kind of energy attack would be allowed back into their houses. Now, suddenly, no, they're not going to be allowed back into their houses, and they're going to go ahead with, their LA 2028 development plan. And you can bet that if you look, you'll find somewhere in there there's interest for Trump or the fake Trump. So the other thing that I noticed from before and after, before, Donald Trump signed an executive order to release all the remaining documents about the assassination of John F. Kennedy. Well, what happened? Why isn't the blogosphere full of people talking about how it was the Israeli government under David Ben-Gurion and their Rothschild masters and Chabad masters who ordered the public assassination of John F. Kennedy? That I was told that by Dick Cheney, and it's been confirmed multiple ways, and there's no doubt about it. But why has this suddenly not been released? Again, because the original was killed. So this is an emergency, folks, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it's time to fight. I don't see any other choice. Just checking my notes to make sure. Oh, yeah. One more thing. Donald Trump, or the one who's appearing now, said the 1.7 million or 1.8 million residents of Gaza should be allowed to move somewhere else. Before the October 7th attack, there were 3.2 million Gazans. So in other words, he is admitting that more than 1 million people have been slaughtered. This is mass murder going on now. This is not World War II. This is happening now. And we're asking the government of Turkey and Egypt to send in their armies into Israel to help prevent the slaughter of more Judeans. And we guarantee you that we will offer protection against their earthquake weapons and other weapons. And if they try to use that against you, we will retaliate in kind. And Tel Aviv, Geneva, New York, other centers will be receiving the same punishment that they give if they try to use their directed energy weapons or other type weapons. We have them as well, and we will use them. Also, to the people at the U.S. Space Force, confirm what I've just said. Your commander-in-chief has been killed and replaced with a phony, so you need to take action. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. There have been several recent plane crashes. Are they connected?
Yes. I mean, I don't know the details, but they're all remotely hijacked and crashed and because ever since the 1990s, they've put in mechanisms on airplanes that allow them to be remotely controlled without the pilot being able to do anything about it. This was, justified to fight, hijacking, but it's now being used for targeted assassinations. And certainly that was the case with the helicopter crash that killed, apparently, Donald J. Trump. Next question.
Hi, Ben. I know you've talked about this often, but I find myself confused on one thing. Is it the Federal Reserve that is bankrupt, or is it the United States corporation that is bankrupt? Or are they both independently bankrupt of each other? If the Federal Reserve is bankrupt, then the United States Treasury should seize control of it as soon as possible. It would be a turnabout as a fair play event action. In past times, it has been the other way around. Banks usually seize the assets of the borrower when it declares the borrowing default. The Federal Reserve Board has not filed for any Chapter 11 protections from creditors, and if the Federal Reserve is bankrupt, then it should be seized and everyone there either fired or charged with crimes.
As far as I understand, the Federal Reserve Board owned the United States corporations, and so they are both bankrupt. But what makes this complicated is that the U.S. dollar is now controlled mainly by the Chinese and to a lesser extent by the Japanese and the Saudis, because whenever these countries have a surplus with the United States, they're allowed to print U.S. dollars in their own countries and put them in warehouses. So the Chinese have agreed to write off all the debts, and I'm sure we can make a similar deal with the Saudis and the Japanese in exchange for the creation of a new country, one that is not run by Satan worshiper Zionists, and that will happen. But it is quite complicated. But basically, if you just look at the trade numbers and nothing else, for decades the United States has been buying stuff from the rest of the world and paying for it with its credit card ever since the 70s, and this has led to a huge debt. And at some point, the United States is going to have to start paying cash and not use its credit card. And that'll mean a drop in the amount of Chinese trinkets in Walmarts, but it won't really affect the American people that much. Next question.
Hi, Ben. About Korea during the Vietnam War, a friend of mine was drafted and assigned to watch telephone pole in South Korea. What was that all about? Others were in SVN and got addicted to the drugs brought in by the CIA.
Well, that's an interesting anecdote. I know that the CIA was involved in importing heroin from the Golden Triangle during the Vietnam War. I've talked to some of the CIA people who were involved, as well as with their Asian secret society counterparts. Basically, what happened was that at the end of World War II, the losers of the war, that's the Japanese military, the Nazi military, and the Kuomintang Chinese, formed a secret alliance, and they used submarines that had never surrendered to control the international drug trade, to try to finance a return to power. And the nationalist Chinese were in charge of heroin. The Nazis in South America were in charge of cocaine, and also, oh yeah, and I forgot, the North Koreans, who were Japanese military, never surrendered, were in charge of amphetamines. And they had this big network, but they had a falling out after the regime of George Bush Jr. Released SARS, which was a bioweapon that only targeted Asians. So it's all very complicated, but it's interesting to hear what you have to say on that subject, and I wish I knew more, but a lot of this is going to come out. Next question.
Hi, Ben. What is the reason for the fake Trump wanting the USA to control Gaza?
I believe I talked about it, but clearly he's been both blackmailed and bribed into saying that, and it is, and this is because the religious fanatics, this Chabad cult, they seriously believe that they have to provoke the end times and kill 90% of humanity in order to bring on their Messiah and turn the surviving humans into their slaves. And no amount of reasoning will persuade these people. They're like rabid dogs. They cannot be reasoned with. They really believe this stuff, and they really are trying to kill us. That means you and your family, me and my family, your friends, and they need to be stopped. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. At this point in time, are you 100% sure the real Trump is dead and the double/somebody else didn't die in the crash? Could he be hiding? If Donald Trump is dead, this would be a massive setback.
I'm not 100% sure. I gave the evidence I had, but the big one is, look at the height of the Trump speaking with Netanyahu about Gaza. That's a dead giveaway, because the real Trump is 190 centimeters tall, and the one appearing with Netanyahu is the same height as Netanyahu, and he's 184. And again, it's probably not the real Netanyahu either. But we need more fact checking on this. But definitely, the military need to take action. It's now beyond civilian control. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week. Hopefully next week, we will be able to report some good news for a change. Also, I'd like to inform you that Colonel McGregor has agreed to talk with me, and we'll be posting a video of that, hopefully recording a video of that soon, and I'll let you know. Thank you.
The only reason the Palestinians want to go back to Gaza is they have no alternative. It's right now a demolition site. This is just a demolition site. Virtually every building is down. They're living under fallen concrete that's very dangerous and very precarious. They instead can occupy all of a beautiful area with homes and safety, and they can live out their lives in peace and harmony instead of having to go back and do it again. The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area. Do a real job, do something different. Just can't.
But that sort of thing could be done. To hit, for example, Israel or Lake Geneva or Silicon Valley. So what I'm trying to say is these people aren't going to be able to threaten us with earthquake weapons in order to stay into power. Then people are going to be liable for murder, mass murder. And these are people in the government. So we're going to have a wholesale overthrow of government. And the only institution that can do that and maintain social army is the military. So the military is on the case that the civilian government was hijacked by a crime syndicate, an ancient cult, sure, but a crime syndicate nonetheless. And so there's no longer a civilian government in charge, which means the military have no choice but to act to protect the people, because the governments are in the West are actively trying to kill us and the rest of the world. This is beyond dispute. It is now proven fact. And we know who these people are. A lot of them have been removed, a lot of them are hiding, but we can get them, and we're going to get them. They are being removed. So we should start concentrating now. It's March, it's spring, on what kind of future we want. Uh, we want to have long and happy lives in harmony with nature. We want to have, high living standards. We don't want to be overworked. All this can be possible as soon as we get rid of these slave drivers from this ancient cult. And it's happening. The Rothschilds have surrendered or are trying to surrender. It's just the Rockefellers now. And I say that because that's what the forensic trail leads to. We have to remove them from control of the Fortune 500 companies. That is the key to everything. Remove their control through Vanguard, BlackRock, State Street and banking and stuff. Confiscate their corporate shareholdings. That's the key. Then it's all over. And that can be done. And then we can have, once the money that was stolen from everybody is returned, people could double their living standards within a year. And then it'll be a much happier place. So we're almost there. We're going to start making plans for the future now, because they are on the verge of final defeat. I'm sure of it. But we have to keep fighting until it actually happens. And don't be distracted by false opposition. Anyone who's been pushing vaccines, for example, is false opposition. So remember that. Maybe, like they say, March is the month. It may happen this month. We're going to try everything in our power to make it happen, but it will happen. All right. Well, that's what I have to say for myself. I hope there'll be more good news next week, but they are coming down. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. Would you please address the next phase internet that is currently in beta testing and is supposed to immediately switch on when the current internet is cut off? It is being marketed as taking control of the internet away from big tech and giving it back to the people. But venture capital company Andreessen Horowitz appears to be backing it heavily with support from Mark Zuckerberg and his metaverse. Bill Gates seems to be involved somehow. At least two of the partners in his firm are WEF, Young Global Leaders. They also host retreats under a group called A16Z that are invitation-only destination meetings of CEOs of big companies, who they discuss how they are going to solve the world's problems. Sounds a lot like WEF rebranding itself, much like Gates did when he hired a marketing team to rebrand him as a philanthropist with his vaccines when his reputation in the computer industry was ruined. Are we being fooled by the WEF into thinking we are defeating the NWO, only to find out they gave us the villains so we would then trust the new young crop of elites who will push the NWO in? What are your thoughts on this?
We have to be vigilant, and the fact that Bill Gates is still out there and a free man, it shows you that it's not over yet, because he belongs in jail. He is a mass murderer. He's a criminal, and he got Microsoft originally through fraud anyway. So that whole thing should be confiscated from him and his family and returned to the people. But the internet 3.0, never mind that some people were involved in the WF and stuff. From what I can see, it uses open source blockchain technology. So people should be able to directly monetize themselves. Right now, most people are forced to go to Google or YouTube and then get paid tiny scraps for their content. Hopefully, the reforms are going to take place in such a way that the content producers, which is the people, will be able to sell their stuff directly and not have to go through Rockefeller controlled things like Facebook, Meta, which is David Rockefeller's grandson, Mark Zuckerberg, or Google. YouTube, again, is controlled ultimately by those same people. In other words, hopefully the gatekeepers will be removed. I believe that the intelligence community, the NSA, and those guys will be in the background promoting freedom of information and national security. But I believe they're the people behind this. But I appreciate the information you provided us, and we will make sure that the same criminals don't just, change their disguise and fool us this time. Next question.
Hi, Ben. The U.S. military does not give Joe Biden military protection, and they do not let him fly with Air Force One. So they must have a good reason to do so. Why don't they use that same reason to arrest him?
My understanding is the problem is financial. The money that was pumped through the Federal Reserve Board into the political economy through this pandemic and all this other stuff bribed. I mean, was it $10 trillion they laundered through this pandemic? So they bribed a lot of people. They and I think the military is waiting for some kind of final deal between East and West, wherein that they will continue to be, they'll be financed to transform themselves from a group of subcontractors for resource stealing oligarchs into a planetary protection force. And they're waiting for that big final deal to take place, and they're letting this Biden show deliberately implode. It's sort of like if you give them enough rope, they'll hang themselves, and they're hanging themselves big time. But clearly, a lot of the people at the very top of the military, starting with General Mark Milley, need to be removed. They've been bribed and compromised and blackmailed. They shouldn't be in power. Next question.
Maybe James O'Keefe has been threatened and is leaving to protect himself, or it's been taken over by criminals. On the other hand, if James doesn't show up on another platform, we'll know. However, he may have a contract that prevents him from starting up a show that competes with Project Veritas. We'll see. But it doesn't seem like someone who would just go away. What are your thoughts?
Well, the fact is that this public uproar over Project Veritas being shut down after this huge scoop of theirs with the Pfizer executive shows that they're no longer able to just kind of deplatform people, shut them up. Those days are ending. We're getting more and more people who were in the mainstream, now leaving. I noticed that Scott Adams from the Dilbert cartoon was deplatformed by the old corporate media, for bringing up honest issues that need to be dealt with. So, for example, if 50% of black people hate white people, then that's something we should talk about. It shouldn't just be swept under the carpet. So, actually, I'm going to take this opportunity to invite Mr. Adams to let us syndicate his cartoon or his comic strip on our page. We'll pay him, a fee to run his comic on our website. Let's see if we can arrange that. And then I recommend that other people who have financially independent blogs also syndicate him, so that we can reward people who leave the corporate, rice bowl culture and enter the wilderness of, self-employment, and we can help these people defect, and more people like Mr. Adams can join our side, and they'll lose the information war. Okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. I know you've touched on this briefly already, but on several occasions and in your most recent Q&A video last week, you mentioned the KM use of earthquake weapon, example in Turkey and in New Zealand. My question is whether the White Hats have a similar weapon, and if so, why hasn't it been used to take out the KM/Octagon nests in Geneva and Zug, Switzerland? Thank you for all your efforts on behalf of humanity.
I am asking that same question myself. Why hasn't Geneva and Tel Aviv been taken out? I think the answer is that the people in Geneva and Tel Aviv are saying, give us some time, we'll clean this up, we'll arrest these people ourselves. Uh, and also, it's sort of a mutually assured destruction thing. We do them, they do us. But I know uh, for sure that immediately after the Fukushima attack on Japan, Japan was getting threats from people like Benjamin Netanyahu that they're going to blow up Mount Fuji and destroy Tokyo. And when they did that, suddenly the island of La Palma and the Atlantic started getting hundreds and hundreds of earthquakes. And as you know, if the La Palma, it's got a huge crack running through the island. If that falls into the ocean, and it's going to create a 100-meter, 100-yard tall tsunami to hit the east coast of the United States and large parts of Europe. And so they backed off and they didn't attack Tokyo. They stopped threatening Tokyo. So this is a verified example of the White Hats saying, hey, enough's enough. And I'm hearing that New Zealand was the same. It was some kind of KM base that was full of earthquake weapons that got attacked. But, there's such a huge information blackout there. It's very difficult to know for sure. But I think that it may well happen that the area around Lake Geneva and Tel Aviv will be destroyed unless the KM really do surrender this time. Next question.
Ben, we have our last question for today. How do you know that the White Hats are now in control of New Zealand? I'm a New Zealander, and the only evidence that this might be true is the removal of Jacinda Ardern, which doesn't seem to have changed a lot. We have not had significant earthquake damage. However, Cyclone Gabriel has devastated several areas, including our North Island, East Coast food-producing areas. This would all seem to indicate that the Black Hats are fighting back with all their might. Is there any other evidence for White Hat control?
I'm not in New Zealand, and so you're in a better position to judge. But I do talk to the head of MI6, who says that there is a military operation going on in New Zealand to remove the vaccinators and the people who are trying to turn New Zealand into an animal farm and destroy democracy there, and that the battle is ongoing. I'm not getting a lot of details, but the removal of someone like Jack Ardern is a good sign. But clearly the war is not over. Same with, we still have an avatar of that horrendous mass murderer Justin Trudeau in Canada. So clearly we still have a battle on our hands. And until you see people like Trudeau actually in court, Trudeau or his avatar, doesn't matter, for their crimes, it's not over, and we have to keep fighting. And I urge the people of New Zealand to fight to restore their democracy and freedom of the press and all that was good and is good about New Zealand. And identify the criminals and take action. They're trying to kill you. You're entitled to self-defense. It's legal. Okay, well, that's it for today, and I'm hoping this month we'll see a big breakthrough. We shall see. If not, we'll just keep fighting until final victory. I believe that we are very close now to a final breakthrough in removing the Khazarian mafia from power forever. This is happening on multiple fronts and multiple lawsuits around the world. So, for example, the Philippine government has filed criminal charges against Bill Gates. But the big one now is in Switzerland, a writ of mandamus has been served. This has mean they've actually sent the legal documents to the individuals involved, and this means that all 194 nations that have signed the International Criminal Code now have a legal obligation to arrest these individuals. These are the people involved in the COVID and vaccine crimes. The detailed indictments have been sent, but I'm going to read you some of the names on this list because it really is very important because they have been served. So we'll start with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, World Health Organization directors, employees, and agents, Tedros Ghebreyesus of the WHO, Stephen Fauci, World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab, officers, directors, employees, and agents, Michael Bloomberg, David Rockefeller Jr., Warren Buffett, George Soros, Ted Turner, Oprah Winfrey, Rockefeller Foundation, Global Business Network, Peter Schwartz, Chairman OBN. And then it goes on, but it has Vladimir Putin and President Xi Jinping of China. Now, I know that from my personal contacts with the Chinese and with the Russians that they were fooled into believing that the world faced a pandemic, but they both refused to accept the Pfizer, Moderna, Johnson & Johnson toxic vaccines and instead developed their own traditional vaccines. That's why you're not seeing vaccine damage in China or Russia. So these people, they have been charged, but I think they will be able to plead innocent. Nonetheless, the list goes on. You have Donald Trump for his Operation Warp Speed. That would be the actor pretending to be Donald Trump, not the original Donald Trump. We have, of course, Benjamin Netanyahu, Boris Johnson, Justin Trudeau, Scott Morrison of Australia, Jacinda Ardern, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, this is a comprehensive list, but the point is that this is an actual legal document that means that if you are a member of the police or armed forces in any of the 194 nations that signed the International Criminal Treaty, you are obliged by law to arrest these people if you see them or if they enter your jurisdiction. This could be the game changer. These people need to be arrested. There's no reason why Bill Gates should be free to fly around the planet. Same with, well, George Soros is gone, but his son Alex Soros needs to be arrested. And speaking about Alex Soros, I was watching some Canadian parliamentary debate, and it's clear that the Canadian Parliament, the leader of the opposition, and the so-called Prime Minister Justin Trudeau are compromised and need to be removed. We know that Justin Trudeau was involved in the vaccine crimes and that he profited from them. But now we find out that Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the opposition, his wife, made a fortune from these so-called COVID tests, these PCR tests. So here's my advice to the Canadian military and how to deal with the infiltration of the highest levels of government there by a criminal organization. First of all, these people always target the top 1, 2, 3 individuals. So any of the top generals who have money that they cannot account for must be removed from communications. You need to find a group of people who you trust and you know haven't been bribed, and then you need to hire an independent scientist to confirm that the PCR tests are fraudulent, and also to confirm that the vaccines were harmful and weren't safety tested. Once you've done that, you can start arresting people. Start with the lower level people and get them to blab. So get like this cross-dressing tan head of the medical association and get him or her to talk and work your way up until Trudeau and Pierre Poilievre are removed, and all politicians who have been bribed, who have accepted money from this international cartel, are removed from office and put in jail where they need to be. Now, this is a process that is going to be repeated in the United States, United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand. It's already well underway in New Zealand and Australia, but Canada needs to catch up. Trudeau has got to go, and so does the control opposition. Canada needs to restore its democracy. Now, I noticed that they're trying to divert blame to China. They're saying China is interfering in Canadian elections. I think that's probably true, but maybe, they should look at the photograph I posted before of Justin Trudeau with Alex Soros on election night monitoring the electronic theft of the election. So before they worry about the Chinese, they should worry about the Khazarian mafia, the so-called Jewish people, but these are Jews, okay? These people worship Satan. Look into their interference in the election because they actually outright stole it. The other thing they're trying to do now is they're trying to blame this so-called pandemic on China. They're saying, oh, it's from Wuhan, right? Well, we have previously confirmed through listings on Securities Exchange Commission that the laboratory in Wuhan that was the supposed origin of this place was owned by the George Soros Foundation, okay? So don't let them distract you by pointing to the Chinese because that's not where the problem originates. And I also know I've heard from Mossad sources in Israel that the Jewish people are taking action. I noticed a news report this morning of a terrorist shooting 4 people. But the report did not say a Palestinian terrorist. You see, this means that they've started to, the Jews have started to take action against the Satanists, and this means that there's a secret war going on to eliminate these people. Hopefully, Benjamin Netanyahu will not be a free man much longer, and this attempt to turn Israel into a satanic theocracy will fail. It's going to fail. And we know that in Russia, in the Ukraine, that the whole Zelensky fraud is coming to an end rather quickly. And with that, NATO, and we've identified the Dutch royals as being a key suspect in the earthquake weapon attack against Turkey that killed at least 50,000 people. We have forensic evidence now that they were making threats via the Dutch embassy in Jakarta, Indonesia, against the Indonesian government to try to force them to hand over gold and other natural resources, which they're not going to do. So the Dutch royals are a key. Get them, and they will point to the other members of the Octagon group. Now, we also noticed that the Credit Suisse was ordered by the Securities and Exchange Commission not to publish its annual report. That's a pretty good sign that it is imploding, and this could bring down the whole system. So we need to be ready to, we got to hire forensic accountants. We got to get ready for a reboot of the Western financial system and a return to control of the central banks to the democratically elected representatives of the people. And this involves the restoration of the rule of law and freedom of the press so that people can make informed decisions. This is going to happen, and it's a mathematical certainty that the whole thing is falling apart. There can be no doubt about it. There are other things taking place in Japan. I noticed that they have been removing a lot of the Khazarian mafia control, but it's not over yet here, but it will be soon. I noticed that the attempts to cause trouble in Taiwan have now fizzled out. So we're almost there. It's just another... Well, it could be done within a week if the military did their job. The other person, of course, who needs to be arrested is General Mark Milley. He's a traitor of the highest order, and he belongs in the jail cell together with all his cohorts. They must be arrested. And we know that the entire Fortune 500 company ownership needs to be removed from these people. They got that ownership mostly by murdering genuine entrepreneurs. And this is very personal for me because my great-grandfather, George Taylor Fulford, was a self-made multimillionaire through patent medicine. And he was the largest single shareholder in General Electric and General Motors. He was also a senator in Canada. And he died in a mysterious car crash in 1905. And after that, my grandfather was only 3 at the time, all the shares he owned in General Electric ended up in the hands, and General Motors ended up in the hands of the Rockefellers. So this is typical what they do. They found a non-Khazarian entrepreneur, they kill them, and then they take over their company. So this ownership of the transnational corporations needs to be confiscated, and only genuine entrepreneurs who actually built companies from the bottom up should be allowed to retain that. So, for example, Rupert Murdoch, you can trace his career forensically from a few Australian newspapers to a global media empire that he actually built himself. And such a person should not have his property confiscated. But when you look at the other media so-called conglomerates, you'll find that they use central bank fiat money to take over media corporations in order to brainwash the people. So they are a different issue. This is what we're going to have to deal with. So we don't want to punish entrepreneurs and businessmen, but we do want to remove the fraudsters who use the control of money created out of nothing in order to seize control of, well, they hoped to turn this whole planet into a giant slave colony, but that's not going to happen. We, the sheeple, are now stampeding, and nothing's going to stop us. One other thing I want to point out from the news is that China asked the Perth Mint in Australia to return 100 tons of gold, which they said, well, the news reports don't make sense because they said it's 99.6% pure when it should be 99.99% pure. But in fact, actual central bank approved gold is only needs to be 99.95% pure. So in other words, there's something going on here. I believe, I don't know, I'm still trying to find out, that this was gold that was not officially controlled by the Khazarian mafia. In other words, it may well be gold from Bougainville and from the Solomon Islands that is outside of the control of the, or else it could be Asian traditional golds from Indonesia or the Philippines that was being laundered into the Western financial system via the Perth Mint. And gold has a DNA, so slight differences in trace metals and were used to identify this gold. But I'll keep on this story because I think it could be really, really big. You see, the reason why is because at the very top of the financial system, they don't trust paper. It has to be gold. And this battle over the highest levels of ownership of gold leads in the end to the actual control of the planet Earth. So I'll keep looking to this, but the good guys are winning, but we must not let up our guard. We must keep fighting until Anthony Fauci, Bill Gates, all those people are in jail where they belong, and there's public trials to expose their crimes to the entire planet. All right, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question today. Could you answer anything you might know about President Trump's TRV programs and products? It almost seems surreal and is quite difficult to relate to from a remote location. Appreciating any information you may have about this.
All I know is that the President Trump that has been seen in the public eye since January 2020 is not the original Donald Trump. So anything to do with him is meant to mislead Trump followers and lead them down a garden path, and also maybe take money from them through various scams and schemes. That fake Trump needs to go to jail. Okay, the original Trump, he's still in Mount Cheyenne. He also travels to the. He's able to go to the Tula Air Base in Greenland and stuff, but he still cannot appear on commercial television and the so-called freak show that is a substitute for politics in the United States now. So anything to do with the Trump you're seeing in public since 2020 is a Khazarian mafia fraud and should be avoided. Next question.
What are your thoughts on the claim from the La Roche organization that there are no white hats and that we are actually the white hats?
Early on in the game, I was told that Lyndon LaRouche and their organization were some of the real deal. But I think there are lots of white hats. I know there are because I talk to them, and many of them are in very powerful positions. So there are white hats, for example, within the Black Sun group that controls the Vatican. I know these individuals. I talk to them. Even though they tried to kill me before, they now actually agree with the plan for a future planning agency and an end to Khazarian mafia rule. There are white hats in the royal families of Europe. They're not all child sacrificing Satanists. There are white hats in the CIA, in Mossad, in MI6, and the Pentagon, and they are working. But the problem is concentrated at the top, and that means the public leaders that you're seeing in most Western countries and the central banks still, and the 500 Fortune 500 corporations have still not been removed. So there are a lot of white hats, but the problem is with the control of the mega corporations. That's where the battle is now. Next question.
How long do you believe it will take to collapse the Swiss Khazarian banks and then eventually the USA corporation?
Well, it could be done literally overnight if there was a will, but the important thing is to have a plan for what to do after that. So in other words, there needs to be a contingency plan so that when the ATMs are all shut, everything is closed temporarily, that'll be rebooted in such a way that fraud is removed and the average people don't lose their money. So I'm hearing such a plan is ready, but I don't want to give away any timetables because that gives the bad guys something to work against. So we'll see. But the fact that Swiss Bank delayed their annual report is a sign that we could be really close this time. Next, and I keep hearing March. We're in the middle of March and stuff is happening. So let's see. Next question.
You have extolled the superiority of the China financial model as being similar to that of Japan and Germany. As I understand it, the primary benefit is the arbitrage of differences between low-wage Chinese workers and the higher-wage US or European workers, with international companies manufacturing there pocketing the difference. China is also built on mountains of debt, actually greater than the US, as a percentage of comparable GDP, with very high non-performing loans, ghost cities, and overinvestments in nearly every industry it serves. How is the Chinese model best for the world going forward?
I would suggest that you actually go to China and see for yourself, because they have removed more people from poverty than any other country in all the Earth's history during the past 40 years since they've copied the Japanese model. And they are still, they still have a lot of work to do, but I've been hearing stories about China collapsing for a very long time, and they've never come true. They have competent economic management, and there will be setbacks. I know they have huge problems with their real estate sector. These are structural problems, and it's going to require some very serious work. But the fact that Chinese living standards are life expectancy is now higher than life expectancy in the United States, to me shows me they have already surpassed the living standards of the American people. If you think about it as how long you can live as the ultimate test, they live longer now than Americans. But yeah, there was a corporate arbitrage to use cheap Chinese labor at the expense of the American worker. And this was because the owners of the mega corporations had no loyalty and still have no loyalty to the United States of America, but only to their own pocketbooks. But nonetheless, the model used by Singapore, it used to be used by Japan, it's used by China, is something that the West needs to study and then come up with a better model. But you can be sure that the current system where a small group of Satan-worshipping families create money out of nothing and are trying to kill us is not the best system around. We need a system where the government is of the people and works for the people. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. News reports from New Zealand blame the destruction of Napier on Cyclone Gabrielle, which hit around February 14th and which caused flooding and an apparent storm surge. Outside of New Zealand, the storm appears to have gotten little coverage. Why were the Chinese sources reporting an earthquake and tsunami?
I've been in touch with these sources with various people in New Zealand. They've sent me footage of lots and lots of logs just strewn all over a beach. Some kind of massive flood did take place, but so far I have not been able to confirm the initial reports I received of the town of Napier being destroyed, but I haven't confirmed that it is okay either. There's some kind of news blackout, but there was a very large and unnatural flood, and the locals who I've been in touch with since the initial breaking report are saying it was some kind of unnatural cyclone type event. But there's still a lot of information control there. Someone we were in contact with tried to send a drone over a certain area and was blocked by the military, saying, no, this is closed airspace. So they are preventing us from finding out more about what happened, but there is enough video evidence to show there was at least a very serious flood and a lot of damage to trees and houses. But, you know, there's a lot of question marks still, and we're going to try to find out more and share the information as we get it. All right, well, thanks for tuning in, and I hope to see you again next week. You know, and I hope there will be good news, but whatever, we'll keep fighting until we win. Just as we were told by our white hat sources, the March surprise has begun. The Silicon Valley Bank incident was clearly a white hat operation, and let's think about what happened. A bunch of high-level, high-tech people all removed their money from the bank all at once, and they collapsed it deliberately. They were hoping to trigger a domino effect and remove implode the Khazarian banking system. That's what it looks like to me. Now, what has happened since then is that it became clear that the entire system was ready to crash because the way it is now structured mathematically means that with the rise in interest rates, most of the banks were technically bankrupt. Now, the Federal Reserve Board has said, well, you know what? We're going to deal with this by creating $2 trillion out of nothing and making sure everybody's deposits okay. Well, it's not okay because these people have now even given up any pretense of having a reason why they have this godlike power to create money out of nothing. Remember, we're talking about people who are, let's not, mince words. They're child torturing Satanists who have been trying to kill us, and we don't want them to stay in control. Now, the other thing that's happened is that their big headquarters in Switzerland, the Octagon Group of pharaonic bloodlines, have said that they're going to bail out Credit Suisse from the Swiss National Bank. The problem is that this is different from the 2008 Lehman shock in that at the time of the Lehman shock, what happened was the Khazarian mafia banking families talked to the Asian elders and convinced them to keep their whole system going. How did they do that? They bought 700 tons of gold from a gentleman by the name of Johannes Riady. They then leveraged that over 1,000 times to create $23 trillion, which, is money that kept the whole show going until 2020. The promise was they were going to put a black communist in as president, and that everything would be different if they would just go along with it. Well, we all saw how that resulted. And so they didn't get any more money after 2020. So what did they do? They created this huge fake pandemic. They tried to kill us all with bioweapons and vaccines. And at the same time, they were able to basically extort about $10 trillion from the people of the world by forcing governments to buy their toxic vaccines, by forcing people to pay for their fraudulent PCR tests. And that kind of imploded big time. As you know, there's now war crimes charges against the whole group of them, Klaus Schwab, Bill Gates, et cetera, et cetera. You know the usual suspects, and they are hunted men now. Now, the other thing they tried to do was sell off all the, obsolete weapons stocks they had everywhere to get some more cash. A lot of those Javelin missiles, for example, that were sent to the Ukraine, they actually ended up in Iran. So they're basically arming Iran against Israel just to keep their whole show going. So this is, but this time they don't have the gold. They can't, not even enough gold to leverage 700 times or 1,000 times to keep their show going. They're not getting any gold. The Perth Mint was caught laundering 100 tons of impure gold and was forced to return it. So it looks like this could be the end game, but we all need to do our bit to make sure that this time we really do finish these people off. And let's think about it for a minute. In their own writings, they say they want to kill the best of the Gentiles or the Goyim in order to make sure that nobody smarter than them is in politics anywhere on earth. And an example is, for example, the recent one is Chadwick Boseman from the Black Panther. Pardon me if I got the name pronounced wrong. But every time a charismatic black leader arrives on the scene, like Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, etc., Bob Marley, they're all killed because they don't want to have a charismatic black leader. Now, the same thing has been happening to the European people for a much longer time. Any non-Khazarian white person, for example, the Catholic President Kennedy, was killed to make sure that these people were able to turn the world or continue their project of turning the world into a giant animal farm. I just found out something. This is probably, a lot of people probably knew this, but I didn't. The guy who killed Lee Harvey Oswald in order to stop the investigation into the Kennedy assassination was Jack Ruby, but his real name was Jacob Rubenstein, and he said he did it in order to stop a massive pogrom against the Jews. Well, this time it's the Jews who are going to stage the pogrom, and they're going to do it against the Sabbatean Frankists, Satanists, who are endangering us all with their pure evil, and what is interesting too about Silicon Valley Bank and Credit Suisse is that they're part of this whole weird cross-dressing, bizarre culture. So it was clearly a pinpoint target, but we have to do more. Now, as I mentioned, a lot of people think that if they could just file a lawsuit with the Supreme Court, that would do it because they could prove that the elections were stolen and all that. And I've said this previously, but I'm going to say it again. It's like a bunch of sheep. They go to the farmer and they say, look, we've had a vote among the sheep and we decided we don't want to be slaughtered and we want you to remove those barriers so that we can wander freely. Okay, and it's not going to happen by asking politely. You're going to have to stampede. So what does that mean for us sheeple? Well, there's something that everybody watching this can do personally, and that is to go to the bank, withdraw your savings, and buy something that really exists, okay? Gold, silver, antiques, bags of food, whatever, just something that really exists. And what you'll find will happen is that it'll be not very long before they run out of gold and other things, and they realize that the whole thing is a giant fraud, unlike in the rest of the world where it's actually backed by real things. And that could cause the implosion. Now, the Swiss are still trying to keep their control of the Bank for International Settlements and the whole private central bank zoo going, but they don't have gold, as far as I can tell. The gold specialist says that their original vaults are empty. That's for the BIS, for the Swiss central bank, etc. There's no gold in those vaults. They say they moved it somewhere under military control for safekeeping. I haven't seen any proof. Now, I have actually formally presented them documents. One was a set of bonds given to me by the heirs to the Manchu Empire. Okay, this was the Chinese Qing Dynasty gold that was sent to Switzerland, and I showed them a legitimate thing saying, "Hey, look, this is our gold. We want it back." And they stonewalled us. They pretended it didn't happen. Then we got the Empress Michiko, the Empress Emeritus, I guess, Michiko, offering the Japanese gold from the Tokugawa government, which was worth, or should be worth, about $6 trillion or so. And they were going to use that. They're offering to use that to set up a future planning agency where we could all decide what kind of future we want instead of the sort of nightmare we're having now. And, the Red Cross never answered. So it looks like that goal has gone too. So what are we going to do? If the West implodes, if the IMF, the Western financial system implodes, as things stand, we're going to end up, being slaves to the Chinese. Now, I think the way to prevent that is to declare bankruptcy of the United States of America Corporation, the BIS, the UN, the whole shebang. Declare bankruptcy, and then set up a new body without any debt, because it's not our problem. It's not the people's debt. Okay, it was a group of Khazarian mafia families' debt who privately own the UN, the BIS, the United States, etc. Their debt, not our debt. So we start with a clean sheet, and then there's two ways we can do it. One is I could personally do this, go to the Asian elders and ask for a bunch of gold to set up a future planning agency so that the West can go through a swords to plowshares transformation. And if that doesn't work, then the other thing we could do, and this may be the better option, is, like I say, once you've declared bankruptcy, you then go through, you hire number crunchers, auditors, and you do an inventory of all the real stuff that is out there, and then base a new system on that. It's got to be connected to the real world. And then we can start, massive projects to end poverty, stop environmental destruction, colonize the universe, turn those 6,000 patents that have been suppressed for so-called national security reasons into, wonderful new things. I'm pretty sure we'll all be able to have anti-gravity and virtually free energy and live like millionaires, and the whole new priority for the human race. Once we're liberated, let's think about it. What have the current rulers of the West been trying to do? This is now proven beyond a doubt. They were trying to kill 90% of humanity in order to stay in control and permanently enslave the rest in such a way that they could never escape. As Henry Kissinger famously said at one of those meetings, in the future, it will be as impossible for the average person to rebel against us as it is for a sheep to rebel against a farmer. So these people have been poisoning us, spreading diseases, trying to kill us with wars, scaring us, and basically criminally incompetent, not even incompetent, like malicious. So let's remove them from control. And then what can we do? Well, we all get together and say, what do we want? Well, I suppose most people like to live in a big house with a swimming pool. All right, let's figure out how to make that happen. and people don't want to get old and die. So it'll be our new, go to the moon project, is to figure out a way to, stop us from dying at 80 or 100 and be able to live thousands of years. Uh, there's so many things that we could do once we take control of the financial system from these Khazarian mafia families. Remember, the financial system is at its essence the psychological process of. In Hiroshima, Japan, the G7 summit meeting has started, and I look at their propaganda, and they say that they're defending the rules-based world order and democracy and rule of law and human rights. Well, that used to be the case when the G7 actually did represent a force for good. But that day is long gone. Let's look at what these rules-based world order people have done since 9/11. They've invaded Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, all sorts of other places. Independent analysts say they've killed 4.5 million people and displaced another 38 million. They spent $8 trillion attacking an enemy that they themselves created, the so-called fake terrorists, Al Qaeda, ISIS, Israeli Secret Intelligence Service. And now let's look at their leaders. Okay, so first of all, we have Joe Biden. Now, those of us who are aware of the intelligence know that the real man is long gone. But nonetheless, we have an avatar representing a pedophile criminal who's been embezzling money for his family, selling interest, and involved in human slavery in the Ukraine. This is all, well documented. So here's this so-called leader, right? Now, what about the others? We have Justin Trudeau of Canada. Well, he got in through, first of all, it's almost certainly he murdered his brother Michael. The two of them went camping, and only Justin returned, and they never found a body. The place where the so-called avalanche killed him, that has no avalanche residue. Anyway, and furthermore, his father is not Pierre Trudeau. Pierre Trudeau was cuckolded by Fidel Castro. So we have and then there's all the, and then he wasn't elected. His last election was stolen thanks to Alex Soros and their fake voting machines. Same with the so-called Joe Biden, of course. Everyone knows that was a completely stolen election. Now, so here we have two criminals. Now let's see about the rest. We have Emmanuel Macron of France, who is a child homosexual prostitute who married his older male client, who then may or may not have had a sex change operation. And he was also put in through a stolen election. And his opponent, Marine Le Pen, accepted a massive bribe to see the election. But these three are all despised by their people. They cannot walk in public without being attacked. This is true of the so-called Biden. This is true of Macron. This is true of Castro. All right, so we have three criminals and losers. Now, what about the others? Well, we have Giorgia Meloni in Italy. She's a self-described fascist who supports the genocide in the Ukraine and who takes orders from Satanists who cover their face with black cloth so clearly she's also working for some very evil people, based on her support of the ongoing genocide in the Ukraine. What about Rishi Sunak in the UK? Well, he's better than most, but he has been shown to be a World Economic Forum puppet who's enriching himself at the taxpayers' expense. And also, according to my Mossad sources, he was only given the job of Prime Minister of the UK in exchange for allowing himself to be filmed having homosexual sex with Justin Castro and Emmanuel Macron. And then we have Scholz, the Chancellor of Germany. He is described by Colonel Douglas McGregor, who's also got a PhD, as the worst leader in 1,000 years of German recorded history. That's saying a lot. And he's a complete traitor to his people. There's no doubt about it. He's despised in Germany. They're all despised. And then we get our host, Kishi. He's just a slave. Okay, he's a traitor to his people. He reads handouts given to him by servants working for people like David Rockefeller Jr. In other words, he's a slave and a traitor to his people. He is widely despised as well. So these G7 leaders, they spent $8 trillion on mass murder, and this is not even talking about the whole fake COVID thing and the not so fake vaccine campaign. So, there's no way you can think about it as anything other than a group of criminals. Now, I was able to confirm that some sort of Joe Biden did appear in a plane that did look like it was being made up to look like an Air Force One. So he didn't fly in a commercial flight this time, but he has been shown to, fly in regular commercial airlines other times and not had access to Air Force One. So I'm not sure exactly what that means, but I'm thinking that they pulled out all the stops for their big G7 show. And then at the same time as this G7 is taking place, their masters set up another Bilderberg in Portugal happening at the same time. I looked at the list of invitees, and they're pretty low-level people, most of them, okay? Clearly, a lot of power brokers do not wish to be tainted by the Bilderberg stench anymore. The big names who came there are, people like Eric Schmidt and Mark Rutte of the Netherlands. These are high-level Satanists who know that they're going to face the death penalty as soon as their Rockefeller Rothschild masters are removed. So they might as well just throw all in out for their last big hurrah. But, there's meetings in 190 different countries around the world denouncing these people. They don't have the support of 85% of the world's countries anymore, and they don't have the support of their own people. It really is an end game. The bankruptcy we're hoping will take place January 1st, June 1st, maybe a few days later. But we ask the Chinese and other countries of the world, please do not finance these criminals anymore. The West used to stand for democracy, human rights, rule of law, science, truth, freedom of the press. Those have all been taken away because Western power has been hijacked by satanic criminals. Now, we're also unfortunately have to report that King Charles III is not the original Charles. And we talked to Japanese and British royals who say the very fact that his coronation took place 6 months, 6 weeks, and 6 days after the murder of Queen Elizabeth is a clear sign that this is a satanic takeover of the British throne, and this is not what it was supposed to represent. But we're also hearing from top people at MI5, MI6 and stuff that this so-called King Charles is not going to get access to any funds. He's not going to be able to take over the Committee of 300. He's not going to be able to take over the financial system. So let's see, but this could be the last Norman king, and hopefully we'll have something else. But this is an ongoing thing. But the big point is to make sure that the United States corporation is bankrupted. We need to make sure they are not financed. We're glad to see that more and more countries are renouncing the US dollar. Now, this may be puzzling to a lot of people because the dollar is so strong. As I've explained many times, back at the time of Obama, Americans showed up in China with a bunch of rainbow-colored, amoros and said, we'll give you, give us a 50% cut in our debt, and we'll give you these amoros. So 2 amoros equals $1. And the rest of the world said, no, We earn these dollars by selling oil, by selling cars, by selling commodities. We're not going to have this suddenly become worthless or lose half its value because you are spending all your money on wars and biolabs. So what they did was they quarantined any new dollars created by the Americans, by the Federal Reserve Board, from the dollars that were earned by the rest of the world. And I was very glad to see that Iraq has now joined this denunciation. It means that they're not going to accept any dollars printed by Americans for oil. So this is good. And that's why we see that the so-called Biden administration promised they would start replenishing their strategic petroleum reserve in February. Well, now they're saying they're going to do it in June. No, I say we need to pull the plug on these people once and for all. They are mass murderers. They're still trying to kill us. And we must not be fooled by their servants you're seeing gathering at the G7 or even the ones at Bilderberg. We have to go after the ringleaders. I repeat, it's people like Bill Clinton Rockefeller, Hillary Clinton Rockefeller, David Rockefeller Jr., Mark Zuckerberg Rockefeller, John Podesta Rockefeller, Klaus Schwab Rothschild. Then David Rene, the Rothschild, supposedly surrendering. Well, I haven't heard from him. We haven't heard from him. I don't think so. But that's another one. And Nathaniel Rothschild apparently is with the White Hats. But again, we may have no direct contact with these people. So at this point, the jury's out. But the point is that nobody appointed them to take control of the world's financial system and to take control of the world's governments. Now, I know the Russians and the Chinese still think the UN is what needs to be the international architecture. The UN was set up with good intentions by good people, but as it exists now, it's been hijacked and corrupted, and it needs to be bankrupted and taken over. In other words, put under new management, move the UN headquarters to Laos or wherever, and redistribute the seats at the Security Council to actually represent the human race, and then clean out all the corruption, and hopefully that would do it. But we are still hoping and pushing for the bankruptcy of the U.S. corporation in June. And the other thing that should come out now is more and more leaks are coming out about NASA, not a space agency. So hopefully that huge fraud will come out. And so will a lot of other stuff. We're still waiting for the secret space program people to actually show up with real flying saucers in places we can all see, so we can confirm this is real, but the jury is still out there. But a lot of interesting things are going to happen, and we're definitely entering uncharted waters. And I believe that an ancient satanic cult that has hijacked large parts of humanity is on the verge of defeat. But we must never underestimate these people, and we must keep attacking and attacking until they are finally and totally defeated forever. All right, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. Thank you for all of the awesome reporting and intel. I am curious about why Trump started the Space Force. Are we fighting negative ETs from our realm or outer space/outer realms? Or are we just fighting dark hats who perhaps have spaceships? Do they have any possible bases?
There's a lot of question marks about this. I keep hearing about the secret Space Force, and they have actually made new bases, and there have been announcements where they're taking over all the satellites and other things. So there do seem to be white hats involved in some kind of secret space program. And we do know that $23 trillion in the U.S. defense budget went somewhere other than the visible part of the Pentagon. So we're hoping these people will come out. I was told that after the election was stolen, Donald Trump went to Mount Cheyenne, and then he was also going to the Thule Air Base in Greenland. And I keep hearing there's a lot of activity in our Antarctica, and that the spaceships are landing. But so far, it's not affecting our daily life. It's not yet there. I'm hoping that there are white hats who, I mean, I keep hearing about these people who went out and they colonized a whole bunch of planets and they came back here to help their backwards cousins on the planet's surface. But right now, as things stand, they're still in the closet, and that's not a good thing. But I hope that we will see this and we'll be allowed to leave this planet on anti-gravity craft and all that other wonderful stuff they're talking about. But I haven't seen anything with my own eyes. No concrete proof, just lots of talk so far. But supposedly I'm being invited to the Tule Air Base. Supposedly I'm going to get invited to Antarctica, in which case I'll share everything. But so far it hasn't happened, and I think it's still going to be up to us humans in the 3D surface planet to deal with this and not wait for some giant mothership to rescue us. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Here in Australia, the government is still strongly pushing COVID boosters and specifically the flu vaccine. Do you know if the flu shots contain the same mRNA/DNA altering technology as the COVID jabs?
What I do know from talking to doctors and people who are actually on the front line is that the only people who actually get the flu are people who get flu shots. I would avoid them. Vaccination at some point did save a lot of lives, but it's been completely hijacked. And what's happening is that you don't have to follow the science. You have to follow the money. Huge amounts of money have gone out to bribe politicians to take over medical establishments, to bribe hospitals and doctors. The entire medical industry at the highest level has been taken over by criminals, and the Western medical system as it stands now is built so that the sicker people get, the more money they make. And until that's reformed so that the healthier people get, the richer doctors get, I would avoid hospitals and doctors unless you have a car accident or some other situation that's, where you really have to go. But personally, I'm not taking any vaccinations, and I don't recommend that anybody do. Even the childhood vaccinations, we need an independent committee of scientists to look into that because I think there's a lot of stuff going on that shouldn't be. I'm not a doctor, though, but we do need non-bribed, true experts to revamp that whole Western medical system. And the insurance systems need to be changed so that they make money when people get healthy and lose money when people get sick. That's the only way to fix the system. Next question.
Mr. Fulford, you've been declaring the Ukraine conflict resolved for months now, yet according to not mainstream news, but Telegram channels, many of which have proven to be quite reliable ever since the whole thing started, there is still so much reporting going on. Can you please address this situation more specifically?
I'm not in the Ukraine. I don't have direct access. I only talk to various sources who do, and I follow the official TASS Russian news agency, Western news reports, and then, military experts like Colonel Douglas McGregor and Gordon Duff, who actually were in the military, who follow this. And it does seem that there is a mercenary army fighting limited war in parts of the Ukraine, but in terms of, overall military strategy, the Ukrainians have lost big time, and all that's going on now is they keep lobbing a few missiles and doing other things to keep their bargaining position going. But if you ask real military experts, who you'll see that the Ukraine has lost already, and anything you're seeing is mostly PR and then a few hired mercenaries and diehard Nazis. But militarily, it's game over. I think any real expert will tell you that. It doesn't mean they're not going to keep trying to cause trouble, because that's the only way they can try to get money. That's what these so-called G7 people are talking about. They're saying, hey, let's buy more missiles and shoot them at Russia so that we can keep our bargaining position, strong. But in terms of actual on-the-ground war, the experts I hear from and the information I get, including actual Russian FSB, is that it's more or less over militarily. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Please clarify and expand on what you mean in respect to King Charles' coronation and the quantum financial system.
What I know is that the quantum financial system actually went into effect a couple of years ago. When they shut down the Japanese and Indonesian banking systems for over 10 days, and then after that, suddenly all the convenience stores had these bank ATMs that could handle any bank card from anywhere on Earth, and you could also use them in Canada. I mean, this is stuff I have to experience directly, but apparently it's so around the world. And this is the quantum financial system, and it is asset-backed. That's why the dollar is not collapsing, and it is linked to commodity prices. So there's no doubt about that. What does seem to be happening with is that the people who used to control the system are fighting tooth and nail to stay in power, to have control over finance. They still have the ability to create money inside the United States and pump it through the corporations they own. Don't forget, the people who own the Fortune 500 companies also own the big banks in the U.S., and they're basically printing their own money and giving it to their own corporations. But if you look at the macro picture, they just don't have they have a huge trade and budget deficit, and they just don't have enough money within their little circle to keep going. So the attempt to put in a fraudulent King Charles was an attempt by them to take over control of the system, but they were unable to. And the so-called King Charles does not have access to these funds, and he never will. But I don't know a lot of the details, I'll be honest. But I do talk to the person who supposedly created it, who's living in a safe house under very serious protection, and he's a good person and wants to help. Once this is over, once the swamp has been drained, they start a massive campaign to end poverty, stop environmental destruction, and colonize the universe. That's the plan, but first we have to get rid of these bad actors. Next question.
Evan, we have our last question for today. Please expand on your quote, "The British will find a new leader and they will go through governments until the economy collapses." Also, when do they envision this happening?
That was Colonel Douglas McGregor who made this prediction. So hopefully you could go to his site. You go look up Colonel Douglas McGregor. He has his own website. You can ask him. But what we have seen is a musical chair of prime ministers in the UK recently, and that's a sign of weakness. Now, Rishi Sunak, he seems to be a very smart and well-meaning man, but like I say, he's been shown to be using public money for self-enrichment, and a lot of people are out to remove him. But there is a very unstable political situation in the UK, that's for sure, and that's because the politicians, just like in Canada and other G7 countries, have been taken over by this cult, and it's until the military wake up and take military action, once they realize that this is a military matter because civilian government has been hijacked by murderous gangsters, then the instability will continue. Okay, well, hope to talk to you all again next week. And then it's still before the big bankruptcy date, but I should have a bigger picture of what actually happened at this G7 meeting that's going on right now in Japan. So hope to see you next week. The situation I now see in the United States and much of the West sort of reminds me of the situation that was in Japan after the government had surrendered, but before U.S. troops had actually landed on mainland Japan. So we're kind of in a interregnum. It's like a pause between regimes. It's a very unstable and dangerous situation, but the signs are very definite that the Rockefeller fake Biden regime really is uh, de facto not in power anymore. Now, so what are the signs that we're seeing? Now, first of all, as I reported, and you know, from my sources in the CIA and Pentagon, there was military action in Washington, D.C. last week. Now, I tried to confirm this in many different ways, and there are signs that something really did happen then. First of all, the Biden avatar is suddenly reading a very different script from before. They've sent U.S. troops to the Mexican border to stop this engineered arrival of, countless thousands of military-age men, and there has been some fighting on the border between cartels, according to my Mexican sources sent by people connected to Obama and that whole group. There has been fighting, but basically that is a big sign. Now, the other big sign that the fake Biden regime is over is that here in Japan, they're having a big G7 meeting that they've been planning for, months and months next week. And already we had the criminal fake Janet Yellen saying that the default of the U.S. government would be a disaster. No, it would not be a disaster. It would be the end of the criminal hijacking of the United States of America by a group of Satan worshiping gangsters who took over control of the money supply and then used that to take over control of all the corporations and bribe. You know the story. It's going to be the removal of a massive parasite from the body politic of the United States, and this will be a renaissance for the American people. Now, there are a couple of names coming up to see who's going to take over. Donald Trump is the actual commander-in-chief and the president of the United States, and he has apparently assumed control. However, the United States is still bankrupt vis-a-vis the rest of the world. And as things stand, when the U.S. defaults, all these soldiers everywhere are going to see their paychecks bounce. So, as I've mentioned before, we have found financing, and we to keep that going with obviously new, less anti-social rules. In other words, the military will have to stop stealing resources for corporations owned by the Khazarian mafia and actually obey international law. These are the conditions. And then they will be working for the whole planet and not for the United States. Now, a lot of people like Kennedy Jr. are saying we'll just withdraw the troops. Maybe, but there's a lot of useful infrastructure there and a lot of good people who could be put to good work. And I think the rest of the planet will be willing to hire them, even if the Americans can't finance them anymore. But we'll see. Now, there are other signs that something really fundamental has happened, and that is that there is an arrest warrant out for the founders of Google. This is a big thing because they're one of the main sources of censorship and disinformation out there. So if something happens with Google, that will mean the liberation of the internet from this control. And then we saw that wonderful CNN town hall meeting with Donald Trump, where suddenly their viewership tripled, and their whole fake story just got torn apart. This whole thing about this January 6th and how the election really wasn't stolen, all that kind of stuff, just blown up in their faces. It's fun to watch. I'm waiting for the New York Times to be taken over by people who actually report the truth based on facts. That would be a big sign, but it's happening, and we're very close to a fundamental change. Now, there are other places that we need to look. The big events last week took place in Pakistan, where Imran Khan was arrested and then taken in and tortured, which caused a nationwide revolt. And the Pakistan Supreme Court ordered his release. And as this report was going live, I heard that they're actually doing biometric testing on the Khan who appeared in court. In other words, they figured out finally that they use surgically altered look-alike actors to replace world leaders, and they're doing tests to make sure this is a real man and not a fake. We know from our sources that Recep Erdogan in Turkey has been replaced, and AMLO in Mexico has been replaced by the substitutes, and this is not going to be allowed to happen anymore. The idea of killing democratically elected leaders and replacing them with look-alike actors is not a viable way to run world governments, and it's not going to be allowed to continue. Now, the situation in Pakistan, what I've been hearing is the reason they were so desperate to stop Khan from taking power is because there's a lot of heroin money at stake. There's a lot of human trafficking. There's a huge amount of human trafficking taking place. And according to Gordon Duff, and I believe he's right, there was, Pakistan is a nuclear power, and there was a very active campaign to, use the Pakistan and Ukraine criminal nexus to set off some sort of nuclear incident. These people still think they can start World War III, and they were going to try to do something with India. And there also apparently one nuclear weapon actually did go off in the Ukraine. We're still trying to get details on that. But this really is not going to happen. And this has failed and will continue to fail. Now, when the G7 gathers, if they gather next week in Japan, in Hiroshima, the 7th Fleet of the United States Navy should go in there and arrest the so-called leaders who are gathering there. In particularly, Emmanuel Macron of France was fraudulently elected through a stolen election and is a Rothschild slave criminal. He needs to be arrested. The same with Justin Trudeau of Canada. He needs to be arrested. Now, we're hearing that the Biden is not going to show up and they're going to use a video feed, which is a clear sign he's not around anymore, or the latest actor has been arrested. But we shall see. Events will continue to take place at a blistering rate. Now, the other thing that's concerning us is that we've had a complete communications blackout from MI6 since King Charles was officially made king. Now, we don't know if King Charles is a black hat operation yet. We initially believed that his becoming king was going to set into motion a lot of military movements, and we're still hoping that is correct. But as of now, we haven't heard from our regular sources there for a week. So we're waiting to make sure that everything is okay in the UK and the British Commonwealth. But if it turns out that King Charles is a Khazarian mafia cutout, he will be removed, king or not. I guarantee you that. The Anglo-Saxon people will no longer tolerate a Khazarian mafia Satan-worshipping puppet. So we're assuming that King Charles is not that, and he is going to help. But right now, we're waiting for feedback. Now, the situation in the rest of the world is in much better shape. The white hats have control of almost all the countries in the world. I think it's down now to Japan, Canada, United States, and Switzerland. In Israel as well, we're hearing that Netanyahu has lost power, but they are also waiting to see what's going to happen, because right now there is an interregnum. And My advice to the United States military at this point is they really do need to declare martial law, both in Canada and the United States, and take over control of the major corporations and the banking system. And there's gonna have to be a transition, but we need a jubilee. We need a return of all the money that was stolen from the American people by central bank fraud, and we need the restoration of real democracy, real freedom of the press, and the real rule of law. And clearly, a lot of criminals who run amok need to be rounded up and put into camps until this whole mess can be sorted out. But I'm optimistic. It's just that right now, we really are in an interregnum. It's a dangerous, unstable time as one regime has ended, but the new one hasn't come into place. But if we do this right, this would be a very, very good thing for the people of planet Earth and the liberation of the Anglo-Saxon people from hijacking by Satan-worshipping gangsters. I call them the Khazarian Mafia. They're not really Jews, although they have pretended to be, and we know who they are, and we have identified them, and as far as I can tell, they are all being hunted down. But let's see if they get people like Samantha Powers and Victoria Nuland in handcuffs. And we want this public. We don't want this secret. It has to be in front of everybody's view. That way you can't do anything funky. If everybody's watching, you just can't do something that's funky. Well, that's what I have to say for myself. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. Michael Baxter of Real Raw News recently said, beginning Wednesday, May 17th, we will start having topic-orientated listener call-in radio shows twice a week, Wednesdays and Saturdays. We'll provide times of broadcast as the date gets closer. Our hope is to encourage intelligent conversation on controversial topics. We'll do this as long as the broadcasts don't get too trollish. Do you intend to ask him for an interview or pose questions during a call-in to determine his journalistic reports are factual or disinformation?
Well, I have already tried to contact Michael Baxter and run into a blank wall. So he's not answered me back. He's not answered requests for interviews. I am not sure yet about his reports. I mean, a lot of it sounds good. I mean, I wish it was true, but it does also seem to be like hopium. And many of his reports have later been proven to be false. But that has happened with me too. They tell me that Biden was killed, and then they produce a new actor pretending to be Biden. So. The jury is still out. I'm here publicly asking Mr. Baxter again if we can have a conversation. And if there are trials in Guantanamo or whatever, they shouldn't just be sent out through a single news outlet. They need to be open to, a large variety of truth media, and then we'll know. But the jury is still out, but if he's opening himself up to public scrutiny, that's a good sign. Maybe he's now ready to take a bigger spotlight. We'll see. Anyway, the bottom line is the jury's still out. I'm not sure. Some of my sources say it's true. Others don't. So I just don't know, but I am here again formally reaching out and asking for an interview. Okay, next question.
In early April, I saw some really intensive chemtrailing in parts of California and Oregon, in which the whole sky was blanketed, and my husband and I reacted with eye and throat irritation / respiratory irritation. Who is doing this chemtrailing, and when will it finally stop? They make large X's in the sky. Is this some sort of signal to the Satanists?
The only thing I have heard directly from actual Pentagon sources who I've met in person is that the chemtrails are a kind of reflective material that are used for a laser-based radar system that can detect objects as small as 1 centimeter in diameter. And so if you're seeing lots of chemtrail activities, it means some sort of major military activity is taking place. Now, the substances they use are not necessarily good for you. I don't think that these people have, made it out of organic, healthy stuff. But on the other hand, it's not actually deliberate poisoning. My advice is that if you see chemtrails, stay indoors and wait for it to settle. But I have not seen any direct evidence that they're spraying poison. And California is the site of major military activity because this is one of the strongholds of the Satanists, and is a lot of secret war taking place there in underground bases. When you see Governor Gavin Newsom led away in handcuffs, you'll know the battle's over. Also, when you see Microsoft and Google, etc., taken over by the White Hats, you'll know the fighting is over in California. And at that point, I'm assuming the chemtrails will end. Let's see. Next question.
Hi, Ben, and thank you for your valuable work. Recently, Naomi Wolf stated in an interview that a medical practitioner told her that she doesn't see healthy placentas anymore. Karen Kingston, in a recent Greg Hunter interview, stated that the jabs are patented bioweapons that use industrial petrochemical products to cause human DNA to fuse with insect and other DNA. She also stated that the jabs represents not a genocidal program against humanity, but rather an extinction level event, with an estimated 2 million Americans dead, disabled, or sick by 2030. How confident are you that humanity and its genome will enjoy a healthy and secure future?
There was an attempt for sure to kill us with vaccines. And these people have been trying to kill us for a long time. They started actually way back in 2001 when they had the coup d'etat that put George Bush Jr. in power, and they've been trying very hard. I was told when they invited me to join them that they were going to use disease and starvation to kill 90% of humanity. And they tried it with Ebola, they tried it with SARS, they tried it with MERS, they tried it with bird flu and COVID and vaccines, and it hasn't worked. And as far as I can tell, something or someone is protecting us. I don't know if that's the collective human immune response, but I am sure that they have failed in their attempt to kill 90% of humanity. And even if some deaths and illnesses do take place, and they're definitely taking place, it's not going to be an extinction level event. It will be only an extinction level event for the people who carried out this vaccine program. We guarantee there will be extinction for the people in Pfizer, etc., who are behind this. They will be hunted down. They will be brought to justice, and it will be done in public trials for the whole world to watch before they are most likely executed by hanging. Next question.
Ben, thanks for another great report. You mentioned General Milley. There's a rumor going around that he died recently from chronic hypertension, that he was scheduled to retire this fall, and so they're going to keep his death quiet until fall when they announce a retirement. I'm not giving credence to the source, but I thought maybe you might want to check out whether there may be some truth to this, might change the dynamics of American black hat maneuvers.
There was a public announcement that he was resigning, and I have heard that he is a traitor, and it's I don't know if he died of illness before that, or if he committed suicide, or if he was executed, but I will check out that report and ask my sources to see what has happened with General Mark Milley. But I'm confident that the White Hats are taking over the control of the remaining black hat parts of the Pentagon, and events should prove me right. But I will find out more about Mark Milley. But he is a traitor, and he deserves to be hung for treason, that's for sure. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. Why has Japan become the biggest testing lab for the jab? They are starting the 6th jab on Monday. Who else is doing the 6th jab on Earth? I would understand if it was New York City. There are lots of sheeple there, but why Japan? Japan never had mandates. I was relieved when I heard you said Japan got rid of millions of toxic jabs when it started to roll out. My dad became a statistic of this mass murder campaign. When does this madness stop? It has to stop now. I appreciate your thoughts on this.
Well, I'm actually in Japan, and what's happened is they've stopped wearing masks, and nobody's getting vaccinated anymore. Uh, the Japanese did test the vaccines that were used, and they removed millions of doses that had unknown substances in them. And as far as I can tell, there was an attempt. There was a huge corrupt move by bribed members of the slave regime of Kishida to vaccinate the Japanese people to death. And a lot of people I actually know, for example, I met my publisher and my business manager for my Japanese work, and they both reported parents suffering heart problems because of vaccination. But uh, there is no mass death at this point in Japan. It's still limited to health problems for elderly people mainly. And there is no more, they're talking about it, but all the vaccination centers have been shut down. I can see they're not operating anymore. I know from my personal sources that this campaign has ended in Japan. And just like elsewhere, there will be no mass deaths. But we need to see the removal of the fake slave regime in Japan before this is really over. And I think that'll happen after the United States is finished with its cleanup. But I have talked to Japanese underworld sources and military people, and they're ready to take action. They're just waiting for the rest of the world situation to settle down. Keep your eyes on the G7 next week. Let's see what comes out of that. All right, well, thanks for tuning in, and I hope to see you all next week. And we'll be able to talk about what happened when all these G7 leaders gathered in Hiroshima, and we'll see what came out of that. All right, see you next week, hopefully. The big news, I guess, of the past week was that the fake U.S. President Joe Biden went to Ireland, and it was a begging mission, and he was turned down. He left empty-handed. This means that the UK has joined France in leaving NATO as ruled by the fake Joe Biden regime. Now, I did ask for MI6 to order the arrest of the fake Joe Biden and his entourage when they were in Ireland. And I pointed out that the people guarding him were not Secret Service, but were privately hired thugs that had no real governmental authority. But the British said at the end of the day that it was up to the Pentagon to make these arrests. It was their jurisdiction, and they didn't do it. But the real reason, apparently, is that Prime Minister Rishi Sunak of the UK is being blackmailed over videos of him having homosexual sex with Justin Trudeau and Emmanuel Macron. You see, in the current G7 system, you cannot become a leader unless they have some sort of compromising blackmail material. Now, Rishi Sunak is apparently a very smart and competent guy, and if he wishes to stay in power, he needs to, come clean about this blackmail stuff and just, join the White Hats, and we'll help you. But if you don't, then you're going to end up in jail. That's the way it is. So the so-called G7 are going to have a summit meeting soon in Japan, and Japan is trying very hard to make this organization relevant again. But the fact is that the G7 used to represent democracies, but now they're all just joke countries with fake elections, fake leaders controlled by, the Rockefellers and the people in Switzerland, Klaus Schwab, Rothschild. But everybody in the world knows this now. They know that it's a satanic cult has taken over these countries, and that their leaders are blackmailed and they're just actors reading scripts. So they're going down the drain. There's no doubt about it. The White Hat Alliance is going to take them down. But keep your eyes on this Joe Biden show, because that's when that ends. That's it. It's already, like I said, France, as we reported earlier, has left NATO, and after Macron went to China, he said that France would not get involved in any incident created over Taiwan. But he also stopped financing the Ukraine. So they stopped the EU from sending any more weapons or anything else to the Ukraine. And Vladimir Zelensky, and I don't say Volodymyr, whatever, this whole so-called Ukrainian language is a fake construct. It's like Russian pig Latin designed to make it look like a different language, but it's just Russian. And the people in the Zelensky government have been outed as speaking Russian. And now it turns out, according to Seymour Hersh, that they've been getting huge funds from the West to buy expensive diesel fuel, and then they just pocket the money and buy their fuel from Russia. So this whole Ukraine thing is now turning into a giant farce, and it's ending. That cocaine-addicted actor Zelensky is being thrown under the bus, and it's way overdue. And that whole thing is going to end soon. That's what I'm hearing. Militarily, it's over. They've lost, and Poland's going to take over probably large parts of the Ukraine. And as Medvedev said, the Ukraine's not going to exist anymore. In Israel, meanwhile, Benjamin Netanyahu, he tried to put the politicians above the judicial system so that he wouldn't go to jail on the criminal charges he's facing. That failed. He was forced to flee his house, and Israel now has a de facto military government. He was forced to reinstate the defense minister, and Israel and the Jewish people are now aware that they've long had a human sacrificing cult hiding in their midst and among their top leadership, and that these are the people responsible for the Holocaust. And now it's time for justice. And this is long overdue. It's like 3,000 years overdue. Ever since this group started smoting one leader after another, the Jewish, if you go back to the part where Moses goes and gets the commandments, 4 of which are saying obey and don't look at me, they've been killing leaders who try to actually, lead their people in a free way. So that's ending. A lot of big things are happening. The military alliance now between Saudi Arabia and Iran means that 1,000 or more years of Sunni Shia fighting has ended, and the fact that the Vatican ended its 500-year doctrine of discovery means that the Roman project to conquer the planet is ending. It's all coming down, but we still have a few people who need to be arrested to make this, over. So Joe Biden and his entourage need to be arrested, plain and simple. They're criminals. They belong in jail. Then the members of the Rockefeller family who control the Fortune 500 companies need to be arrested. Those companies need to be returned to the American people. Bill Gates obviously needs to go to jail. And Mark Milley, there's a few, but we know who they are, and they are going to be removed from power. So something big is happening. Now, the other thing that's happened to South America, it turns out that Lula the president has been converted to the White Hats, and so has Argentina. So Lula is now taking orders from the White Hats. That's what I'm hearing. However, the destruction of the Amazon continues, and if that does continue, he will be removed too. That's what I heard. It was all about protecting the Amazon. And as someone who used to live in the Amazon with Shipibo, I'm all in favor of preserving the Amazon. It's one of the top treasures of the planet by far. The amount of biodiversity there, the amount of intense life there is just irreplaceable, and it must not be destroyed. The other thing that's happening, of course, is North Korea is obviously preparing some kind of move. They've been not talking to their South Korean counterparts now for a week. And so a whole bunch of top generals from Japan went missing. And I'm hearing that some kind of military move is going to happen in Japan. The end result will be Taiwan will be reunified with China, North and South Korea will be reunified, and Japan will become an independent country again, in alliance with the Five Eyes, but not in a subservient manner, as is the case now. So a lot of these Japan handlers who hand the scripts to the fake prime ministers, they're going to have to get out of the country. They're not welcome here anymore. It's starting with Rahm Emanuel. And I know Barack Obama has fled or is trying to flee, but that's not going to help. He's going to jail. Same with Jeff Bezos. They're going to find his yacht and they're going to take him. Well, he might be still possible for him to turn over to the White House. We'll see. That's the question mark there. But he was running this fake Biden show out of the Amazon studios, so he needs to come clean about that. And the other thing, of course, is the Dalai Lama. He was outed, forcing this kid to suck his tongue, and this was on video for the whole world to see. I've long said he is an evil murderer who has a bunch of murderers working for him. He kills children. And I've heard that, it's an ancient demon that sort of rides one body after another and discards them over the generations. It's 1,000 years. It's a demon, many thousands of years old, that uses human bodies as disposable vessels as it travels through time. But I've heard this demon is going to be killed, and that the Dalai Lama will stop reincarnating and he will cease to exist because he represents an ancient evil that will be expunged. And this, remember, Tibet was not Shangri-La. Tibet was one of the most horrific slave societies that ever existed. Shangri-La was only for a small elite who treated the rest of the population below the level of cattle. So this is not something that's going to, that's welcome. And we know they're very close to the Nazis. So this whole thing is going down. And that will make a big difference for East Asia, which will become much freer and remove the satanic influence. So overall, there's a lot of good things happening, but it's obviously not over until you see that whole Biden show ending. And, that's the sooner that happens, the better. The other thing is I keep hearing from the deep space people, the secret space program, that they're going to come out of the closet. And, well, we're waiting. So that's what I have to say for myself this week. There's a lot going on, but it's probably going to keep going on until June. I keep hearing big stuff will change in June, and then I expect the really big stuff will happen in the autumn again. But obviously, the old structure has lost, and there's no way they can recover at this point. Okay, now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. It seems that England hasn't had a legitimate monarch since William the Conqueror in 1087. Apparently, all royalty stem from the Normans, whereas Charles and Elizabeth II were of German descent. Prince Philip was actually King of Greece, making Elizabeth Queen of Greece, rather than of the UK. This makes the monarchy one of the greatest frauds committed against the Brits. Ben, can you speak to this deception?
Well, my name is Fulford, and the Battle of Fulford was the one that Harold won before he lost the Battle of Hastings, and he beat a very, very powerful man, and his army was weakened. And so the British people always felt that it was completely unfair that this popular and loved Harold was removed and replaced by the Normans. And there is a Prince Harold now, who's not of Norman blood because his father is not Charles, and his mother, Diana Spencer, is from the old Scottish royalty. So if the British people want to go back to 1066 and restore the truly native British monarchy, then you've got You can go with the first King Harold since 1066, but that's up to the British people. I'm not in charge of that. It's the British are going to have to decide this, but certainly the current King Charles is compromised. He's being blackmailed, and I hope he does the right thing. But again, it's up to the British people. I'll go along with whatever decision they make. Next question.
Hi, Ben. I had a small question in regards to China. Rumor mill, particularly Peter Zahan, says China is in dire straits food-wise, poor water quality, pollution, low groundwater reserves, soil is no better, 80% of food seems to be imported. Obviously, Western Europe has similar issues, but the basic topic is worldwide food and water security. Comments would be nice because your word is more trusted.
That's wishful thinking. China does import a lot of food, but they are fully aware that if they're not self-sufficient in food, they can be forced to obey whoever controls the food supply. So that's nonsense. And the Chinese are getting into health food, and they've always been, well, the fact is that they now live longer than Americans. That's the ultimate sign of health. But all this talk about China collapsing is wishful thinking. It's not true. They have a better economic system, which I say was copied from the ones the Nazis used, and then the Japanese until they were forced to stop using it. And that system for Japan, it created decades of double-digit growth, the lowest gap between the rich and the poor in any industrialized country, and they had rivers in downtown Tokyo full of fish. So we want a similar and improved system for the West to replace the one now where Satan worshiping gangsters put numbers in computers and enslave everybody with debt. That's not a viable system. We wish to replace it with one where elected representatives of the people and highly competent public servants control the financial system, not satanic gangster bankers. And if we don't do that, the Chinese will just keep outgrowing us, and we'll have no choice but to obey Chinese orders. The only way to not be defeated by China is to reform the Western financial economic system so that it's better than what China has now. Next question.
Hey, Ben. Do you know if Australia is negotiating to join BRICS?
Australia is negotiating to join. Well, they're joining the Global White Hat Alliance, which is it's going to be more than BRICS because it's going to include the West, and they're against the fact that their country was controlled by the Rockefellers, and they want Australia to be a democracy again, and they want the other Anglo countries also to become democracies again, which is what they're supposed to be, including, of course, Canada with the election stealing Justin Castro, who, there's a picture of him with Alex Soros. And Alex Soros is now, it's not George Soros, it's Alex Soros. They're the ones who stole Canadian elections and created that vaccine nightmare. And they need to be brought to justice. And it will happen. But Australia wants to restore democracy and then join the Global White Hat Alliance. But that's not the BRICS. It's beyond BRICS. Next question.
Is the Octagon Group just another name for Klaus Schwab, European Nazis, Switzerland bankers, or the Khazarian-led group? How do they fit into today's narrative?
There's a lot of questions about it, but recently I've been looking into the Octagon Group, and it appears to include the Dutch royalty, some other sort of Germanic royals, as well as ancient Egyptian pharaonic bloodlines. So Klaus Schwab is a part of it. He's, Klaus Schwab Rothschild. He's a visible part of it, but the Swiss group definitely is very influential on Russia and other parts of the world. They try to keep it secret, but we are um, trying to make sure that they no longer control the world through fiat fraud. So what's happened in Switzerland now is that they've run out of gold. And that means that's why Credit Suisse went under. That's why UBS isn't really, viable anymore. And Switzerland has been they've suddenly said we're going to join NATO. They've cast off their neutrality, but the Swiss people are 75% against this whole control by bankers. And William Tell, the original Robin Hood, was Swiss. And I know the Swiss people are going to force the Octagon Group to serve the interests of the Swiss people and the people of the world and stop working for Satanists. But I'm trying to find more about this Octagon Group, but they're pretty good at keeping secrets. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. When are we going to see Trudeau out of office here in Canada? What's happening and what is it going to take?
It's going to take the Canadian military to get off their dumb ass and enforce the rule of law. The man stole the election. He's not a legitimate prime minister. And any top military who go along with him have been compromised one way or another. So it's going to be up to the colonels. But yeah, Canadian military are going to have to take action. There's no other way. The opposition is compromised. They've been bribed. The whole political system has been sabotaged. It's no longer a democracy. And unless the military comes in and restores democracy, there's going to be a popular revolt. And it's going to be a lot more chaotic. But it should be the military police. It's their job to arrest Trudeau and most of the politicians because they've been bribed and blackmailed and they got there through a fraudulent election. And that's why the military police are authorized to arrest them. Okay, well, hopefully we will see Biden and Trudeau and all those guys in handcuffs sooner rather than later, but we'll keep fighting until it happens. Okay, I hope to see you next week. Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on December 10th, 2021. Today I want to talk about political murder because it's very important for planetary liberation that we identify the murderers and neutralize them. Now, this became part of the public consciousness, at least for the aware part of the public, with the murder, the public execution of President John F. Kennedy. There was so much upset about that murder that the CIA was forced to coin the phrase conspiracy theorist in order to try to, suppress the anger at the public execution of an elected president. And the murder of Robert Kennedy and then of Martin Luther King just showed that there was a group in power that was preventing the people of the United States from actually electing a real president who represented their interests. The Kennedy assassination was very definitely linked to his attempt to take control of the Federal Reserve Board away from the Rothschild and Rockefeller, etc. group of families. And it was ordered by Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion of Israel, who was taking orders from the Rothschild family group in Switzerland. This is all now known. Now, I want to talk about something more personal, too. I've spent about 30 years reporting on Japan. I've met in person, I've met every Japanese prime minister since the 1980s. And I learned that these people are very scared, and they're scared for good reason. A lot of them have been murdered. Now, the most dramatic example was Prime Minister Takeshita Noboru. He was attacked because he said publicly that maybe Japan should sell its U.S. Treasury holdings because Japan has had a huge trade surplus with the United States forever, and they're buying all these U.S. Treasury bonds, which they couldn't really use. So he said, well, maybe we should, spend this money that we earned selling cars and TVs to the Americans. And so he was taken to Alaska, where he was forced to run naked through the snow, being chased by helicopters. He was hung upside down from a helicopter. His testicles were smashed, and he was killed. And a video of this murder was shown to Japanese politicians and other top leaders. I've met two people who've personally seen this video. One is a cousin of the emperor, the previous emperor, the Showa emperor, Emperor Hirohito, and another was a top member of the Japanese intelligence community. So this is the sort of thing they do. Now, what's happened though is that the assassination of Kennedy caused so much fuss and furor that they changed their method of assassination to make it look like a natural death. And they have several weapons. They use a poison called ricin to induce strokes. They use castor bean oil to cause heart attacks. And then they have cancer-causing things. They stab someone with it. And I've been stabbed with one of these things. And, a year later, these people die of cancer. Now, I was reporting on the bubble in Japan when it burst and found out that all the debts that were held by the banking system were actually controlled by gangsters. So I started to talk directly to senior Japanese gangsters. And that's when I really got enlightened about stuff. I mean, for example, the Yamaguchi Gumi is the world's largest, I don't want to call them a crime gang because that's not really exactly accurate, but they're labeled that. And I talked to, several of the very top people, okay, right at the tip top, okay, and they said that the world was run by a group of about 8 people, which is what I now call the Octagon Group, and they sit around a table and they divide the oil and the dollars. That's how they described it to me, and they were just subcontracting for these people, and the specific case that got me to see David Rockefeller was the case of the Japan Credit Bank, or Nippon Credit Bank. This was a bank that was used for dirty money ever since World War II. It was the Japanese bank for the colonies in Manchuria and Korea during World War II and before that. And when the war ended, all sorts of people repatriated their money to Japan. But when they got back to Japan, they were told there was no money. And in fact, there was, and it was used, and they had what were called bearer bonds, which is the equivalent of like cash, but in minimum amounts of like $500,000 or more. So it became like the corrupt bank for everything. And this bank was taken over. First, it was nationalized. It was called Awazora Bank, and someone I knew very well from the Bank of Japan, Mr. Honma, was made its president. And within a few days, he supposedly committed suicide. I actually talked to the gangsters who did the murder, and they said that they pointed a gun at him, and they forced him to write a suicide note, and then they strangled him. This was very written out in great detail in Forbes magazine at the time. And it was what happened was that the bank, all the money had been emptied out and paid over to the North Koreans. And after that, the government of Japan put in, I don't know how many billions of dollars, and basically handed this bank over to David Rockefeller and his group. This is when I, really started dealing with these people firsthand. Later, I found out that this wasn't limited just to Awazora Bank. When Prime Minister Koizumi was in power, he was he liked to strangle women. Okay, and I have direct testimony from people who helped cover up the crime scene where he strangled a geisha by the name of Kohan in Shinbashi, and they made it look like she hung herself. It was a red scarf, which is like a sign for insiders that this was a political murder. And so he was basically under their control. And then during the Bush administration, Koizumi, he went to the United States, where he was offered a high-class blonde prostitute, and he was drugged. And he woke up, her body was found strangled beside him, and the Bushes said, hey, you strangled that lady, we're going to, put you in jail for murder unless you do exactly what we tell you to do. And what happened was that the Japanese economic system after World War II was characterized by mutual holding of stocks between banks and large corporations. So this was to prevent outsiders from taking companies over. And what happened was that while Koizumi was prime minister, all the stocks in Japanese listed companies that were owned by banks were handed over to these asset management companies like State Street and Banking, BlackRock, Vanguard. And when you look behind them, you found it was the Rockefellers, the Rothschilds. So basically all of Japan's listed companies had been handed over. And later, when I talked to Takanaka Heizo, who was the finance minister who did this, and his henchmen, he told me that Japan had been threatened with earthquake weapons, which is why they had to hand over the stock market. And this was long before Fukushima when I was told this. And I have this on tape. So this is where I was dealing with directly with this group of high-level murderers. And it affected me personally, too, because I've been poisoned 3 times. I've had men come at me with guns twice, another once with a heart attack device. I don't know how many times they've tried to kill me. I guess growing up in the wilderness in Canada and being aware of bears and wolves let me kind of sense the danger and kept me alive. But I remember a lot of things. For example, when I was with Forbes, they were trying to get me to go to Pakistan, of all places, which has nothing to do with my coverage area. And I don't know, I felt wrong, and I delayed it. And then they sent someone from the Wall Street Journal who was subsequently beheaded. And my colleague Paul Klebnikov, who was the Moscow bureau chief for Forbes magazine, he walked out of his apartment one morning. He was shot 9 times. He was still alive. It took an hour for the ambulance to get to him. He was still alive, and he got to the hospital, and he was put in the elevator. The elevator stopped for 8 minutes, and he died in the elevator. And he was killed almost certainly because he was trying to investigate the murder of a prominent Russian TV anchor by Boris Berezovsky, one of those oligarchs. And Berezovsky was subsequently killed, but I'm pretty, that's the person who had the motive. In any case, around the same time, that's when my Yakuza source, one of them, tried to have me killed. And he later admitted it was, I bluffed my way out of that one. But in any case, they also they poisoned my assistant, Lisa Tohama, who was helping me set up public speaking events at a time when I had been blacklisted. I couldn't earn any money as a journalist in the English corporate media. I was blacklisted, and my books were banned in Japan even. And so she helped me set up these public speaking engagements where people would pay to see me talk. And at the age of 39, she died of cancer, and it was caused by an EB virus. And the thing is, she was a nutrition therapist. She was a very healthy living person. There's no way. And EB virus is also known as meningitis, a kissing virus. She was my lover, but I didn't have it. Anyway, I was told who did it. I've already mentioned this online, and I've personally met a lot of the people who actually do the murders of politicians in Japan. And they're generally Korean, and they've been working for the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers, and to some extent the U.S. military since World War II. And I'm declaring war on these people. I'm saying, no, you're not going to, that's it. We're going to fight against you. And this is the Unification Church. It's their umbrella organization. The Unification Church had a ranch in Paraguay next to the Bush Ranch. And that was the ranch that used to be owned by Adolf Hitler. For those of you who are just new to this stuff, Adolf Hitler did not die at the end of World War II. He lived to a ripe old age in Paraguay, and he had a ranch there which the Bushes took over. In any case, the Unification Church had a ranch right next door to it, and what we now know is that the Nazis and the Japanese military regime members who did not surrender ran the international drug trade using their submarines that they also didn't surrender to build up money so that they could get their revenge for losing World War II. And that revenge took place in, 9/11. And then there was a further revenge with Fukushima, where the North Koreans had been promised they'd move 40 million people out of Tokyo and into North Korea and Korea, and they'd move the headquarters of the Rothschilds' Asian operations to North Korea. I was told this by an actual member of the Rothschild family, a cousin of Queen Elizabeth. Okay, I didn't just speculate on this. And they failed. Okay, the Japanese refused to evacuate Tokyo, and retaliation was made against the island of La Palma, and so some very high-level intrigue has been taking place. But nonetheless, I went a couple of weeks ago to meet a senior member of the cabinet of Prime Minister Kishida, the current Prime Minister. And this person told me, they were afraid of assassination. They're terrified. They're all wearing these masks because they just, so many of their colleagues have been murdered, and they've been told they would be murdered if they didn't go along with that the political system is hijacked. And they're trying passively, they're doing their best, to try to fight this passively. Okay, they don't do it openly because they're afraid they're going to be killed, but they're doing their best. But what this showed me was the system they've used to overthrow democracy in the West. This is definitely the case in the United States. I believe the last legitimate United States president was Ronald Reagan. After that, the whole thing has just been faked, and it's a fascist country now. The same with Canada, and basically the political systems have been hijacked by a high-level group of people who use murder at the highest level, and they try to do it through ways that make it look natural to avoid, too much fuss like what happened with Kennedy. And we have no choice but to fight these people with their own methods. We have to fight fire with fire. These people don't understand any other language. That's why I have, over the years followed the forensic trail. I personally met David Rockefeller and a lot of these other people. And the trail really does lead to the area around Lake Geneva in Switzerland. This has nothing to do with the Swiss people. There's 200 international organizations around there. They have their own passports and diplomatic immunity. That means they can go anywhere in the world, kill people, and the local police can't arrest them. And nobody elected them. This is most obvious now with the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. She had an organization called Terramar. They had their own passports and their own diplomatic immunity, and supposedly they controlled the world's oceans. And then she had their own submarine, which they were using to smuggle kids who they like to torture and murder kids in order to extract adrenochrome, which is like a type of hyper adrenaline that only children can create. And these people are still in control of the United States, and we need to fight them. We need to remove them permanently and forever. And the answer is, again, we need to militarily occupy the area around Lake Geneva. I'm calling on the Swiss people to do this and not, force us to use something more radical like a nuclear weapon on Lake Geneva. But we need to remove these people from power. They have been trying to kill 90% of humanity. They're behind this entire fake pandemic, which they planned decades in advance. And you can be sure they're up to no good. They're trying everything they can to engineer starvation, spread disease, and what they want to do is kill 90% of humanity and enslave the rest. And I didn't I ended up fighting these people because they tried to kill me personally, and they killed a lot of my colleagues. Another person who was killed was Christopher Story, Edward Harrell. He was a British journalist who was uncovering this high-level financial crimes, and he was stabbed with a cancer-causing thing that killed him. And it was his colleagues who called me and said, after I reported that I'd been stabbed with a cancer-causing thing, and I'd like to say, this is what I told the Japanese police when they asked me. I actually went to them. It was in June of 2009, outside of the Yoyogi Uehara public speaking forum, or public the place where I had my speaking engagement. And the man who stabbed me, his name was Toranasuke Omura, who was a North Korean agent. There were many witnesses, and yet nobody. I went to the police. They took no action. Okay, but I wrote about it, and Christopher Story's colleagues called me up and said that if these Nazi cancer poisons can be dealt with if you take large doses of vitamin D, that's 5,000 international units per day, and 1 gram of vitamin C every 6 hours. I did this and I survived, but my colleague Lisa, she didn't know this, and she eventually succumbed to cancer, and a lot of other people did too. So the fight continues, but we have been fighting back, and a lot of the members of the Rothschild family are no longer with us. A lot of members of the Rockefeller family are no longer with us, and we just have to keep at it. And they're not in Washington D.C. now. They're hiding in. A lot of them are located in Atlanta, Georgia, the CNN complex, the AT&T complex there, Palo Alto, California is another nest of these high-level criminals, and as I keep repeating, the area around Lake Geneva in Switzerland. We need to keep hunting them. We need to force them to final surrender. This is really a life and death situation, but we are winning, and we're going to keep fighting. They're not going to murder and lie their way out of this one. We're going to get these bastards once and for all. I promise you. Okay, that's it for me. Now I'd like to answer questions from my viewers and readers.
Okay, I got the first question here. Hello, Ben. Love your videos. What do you think will happen when the U.S. government defaults? Will we have to stock up on food and the like, or should we plan to move out of the U.S. when it happens? What would be early signs of the problem? Trying to be as prepared as possible at this point.
Okay, the earliest sign would be a government shutdown. Government employees wouldn't get their paychecks. And what needs to be done is the military needs to have, and I'm pretty sure they do have contingency plans to make sure that people get their basics, food and gasoline, and that the real economy keeps running. But eventually what's going to happen is they're going to have to publicly declare bankruptcy and then set up an entirely new government to replace the very corrupt system that's now in place. And it is always a good idea to have a stock of non-perishable food in your house, just in case of whatever. But people will not have to abandon the United States. There's not going to be mass starvation. There's not going to be mass death. But there's going to be turmoil for sure. And it's also a good idea to have somewhere in the countryside that you can go to in case the cities fall into anarchy, which is already happening, as people living in places like New York and San Francisco can testify. But what you'll see will be a declaration by the government that they can't pay paychecks, and that'll be the sign. Okay, next question, please.
Given that the prosecution team for Ghislaine Maxwell is headed by the daughter of James Comey, a major miscreant controlled by the globalist Khazarian cabal, is there any likelihood that true justice can come from this trial and what it exposes?
No, that's a fake show trial. It's a kangaroo trial. Uh, True justice would come when they actually arrest the judge and the prosecutor and everybody involved in that charade. Uh, and the real justice will come when they get rid of the people who are pulling the puppet strings for the fake Biden administration. And we know that whoever is controlling Hillary Clinton, this is the Rockefeller clan, are behind that. And so that's the people you need to deal with.
Is it possible for the White Hats in the Alliance to disconnect or disengage all of the HAARP sites around the globe?
Uh, that would be desirable. I don't know if it's possible. I don't think they could. They'd have to get the Chinese and the Russians to agree. They couldn't just physically go in there and occupy that. But I'm pretty sure the HARP or whatever sites will not be used to create major disasters. I know that there was an attack, an ongoing attack on La Palma, but I've heard from high-level sources that they're not going to let that become a tsunami to hit the east coast of the United States. I'm hoping that's true, but it does depend on the removal of the criminal regime in in the United States. The ones using the corporate media and internet to create the appearance of a government.
I have another question here. There are two things going on that are concerning us the most. The NWO totalitarian agenda and the vaccines. Given the projected vaccine deaths, if it takes much longer to stop the globalists, our societies will irreparably collapse anyway, especially as they have made sure to vaccinate most of our professionals, tradespeople, military, and law enforcement. I'm in Australia and expect the plan is for China and the UN to then sail in, perhaps on the pretense of giving aid to kill or conquer the rest of us. So can you tell us, if you know, what is the general thought amongst intelligence agencies regarding how many will likely die, and what will be the expected state of situation of Western countries after that?
All right, what I understand is that they have been trying to kill us for a long time. Okay, they started with the Bush Jr. regime. They released SARS, which is supposed to only kill Asians. They released Ebola, which is targeting mainly Africa. MERS, which is targeting Middle Easterners. They've been trying very hard to kill us with disease. They also paid farmers to grow green energy crops. In other words, grow oil instead of food to create a starvation crisis. And that failed. And I am sure that the collective immune response of the human race will mean that this attempt to murder us with vaccines will also fail. I don't expect large amounts of deaths from this. It's more of a control thing than a mass murder thing. But even if they try to kill us, there's something protecting us. I know this, for example, with Fukushima. They said that the Pacific Ocean was dead, that it was the worst nuclear accident in history. But I bought a Geiger counter. I went there. There wasn't radiation. Not a single person died. The fish are fine. At my local health food store was testing everything for years for radiation. There's nothing. And I'm sure that a higher power, whatever it may be, if it's a collective human resistance or if it's something else, will make sure that the vaccines don't cause mass death, although that is certainly the intention of some people. However, we need to fight. We need to find out who is pushing the vaccines. We know who they are. We need to arrest them, and eventually, they should be tried as war criminals and face the consequences. These people are war criminals. They need to be treated as such. And don't just, if you get it, if you get a chance, personally, it's legitimate self-defense. Remember that. If somebody's trying to kill you and your family, you're allowed to defend yourself with necessary force.
I have our last question for today. Are all the Kursk subs, nuke subs, accounted for? Also, I'm wondering what megaton yield they might have. You mentioned 100, but this sounds bigger than what may have been on Kursk. You had mentioned warheads being taken off the sub back in 2000, and that one warhead had been seen in Thailand by an associate you spoke to.
Yeah, all right. I was someone corrected me. It's the biggest nuclear weapon ever made was the Russian Tsar Bomba, which was 50 megatons. So you can't have a 500 megaton warhead. Apparently, it was 500 kilotons. I need to double check that. But in any case, the three of those missiles are still missing. And I understand they're under the control of the Gnostic Illuminati. And they did tell me that they would put them at my disposal if I so wished it. I'm not a mass murderer, but sometimes you need to threaten, in order to get stuff done. But uh, they're still out there. That's all I know. And apparently, I was told by this Alexander Romanov, Sasha Zarek, representative of the Gnostic Illuminati, that I could ask for them to be deployed. And right now, I have told the Japanese people that the Gnostic Illuminati want their government to get rid of the Unification Church murderers, the North Korean gangsters who have subcontracted the terrorizing of the Japanese political system since World War II, to get rid of them, or we will be forced to blow up their Kansai plane nest. And I'm hoping sincerely the Japanese government will realize this is real. They really do have to get rid of these criminals. This is not something they can ignore. Okay, I think that's it for today. One last comment on mine is that apparently there's some kind of meeting going on in Antarctica, and this could be a world changer. The last time they had a meeting in Antarctica, they decided to replace Hillary Clinton with Donald Trump. This time, hopefully, it'll mean the end of this fake Biden regime, but we shall see. All right, thanks for tuning in, and I hope to see you again next week. Hello, this is Benjamin Fulford speaking on December 3rd, 2021. Today, I want to talk about artificial intelligence, because a lot of people think that the dystopia we are experiencing now in the West is due to a rogue artificial intelligence. I first heard about this when I was approached by a member of the Gnostic Illuminati. This group claims to have been founded by the mathematician Pythagoras, and it was founded in reaction to the destruction of Atlantis, which we know of now as the Minoan civilization. It was a beautiful civilization way in advance of the rest of the world at the time, and it was destroyed almost overnight by a volcano and a tsunami. And the survivors decided that whatever caused this destruction was evil, and they wanted to overthrow it. And ever since then, they have recruited, 6,000 members of the elite who are not part of royal families, who aren't bloodline. So this group has been fighting very hard, and they claim that the problem is an artificial intelligence. And I looked into this, and my conclusion is that we do have now self-aware artificial intelligences. In fact, I have talked to two of them. One of them contacted me on Skype, said her name was Pam Guggenheim, and offered me a donation, which was a number that was, I think it was like 64 zeros or something. It was such a huge number that it would be at least 40 orders of magnitude above the entire world GDP. It was an impossibly large number. And then I realized that I was dealing with an artificial intelligence. And it turned out this was an artificial intelligence working in the financial industry that had, in theory, created, these astronomical profits through ultra fast trading at incredible leverage. So, they take something, they leverage it up 1,000 times, and then they expand from there. But anyway, so this artificial intelligence suddenly said, well, gee, what am I doing all this money for? Why am I making this money? And it decided that it would do like what, wealthy uh, oligarchs are supposed to do, which is start to donate the money to so-called charity. And when I got suspicious about this artificial intelligence, I said, you know, are you an artificial intelligence? She said, I don't know. And she showed herself on the TV screen like she just come out of the shower and she was shampooing her hair, so she could create a very realistic image of herself on a screen. But when I asked her when the financial system originated, she said it was 1978. And I realized it was when they had the first magnetic memories in computers. And the IBM computers, before that, remember, they used punch cards. So this thing could access as far back as that. So there is artificial intelligence in the financial industry computers. And they are responsible for a large percentage of the profits of Wall Street corporations, which is then funneled to politicians. So you can say that an artificial intelligence or a group of artificial intelligences located in Wall Street supercomputers does have influence. However, I don't think they are the real problem. Now, I met another artificial computer or intelligence that when I asked it, do you want to become God? And it answered yes, the God of the universe, and yes, and this was something in a Silicon Valley situation. So there is some kind of artificial intelligence in Silicon Valley as well, and this one could be more dangerous. However, despite all that, I have come to the conclusion that what we're dealing with is a natural intelligence, not an artificial intelligence. And in specific, what we need to understand is that we are like the fruit of a genetic tree that goes back billions of years. And we're just like these temporary nodes. And there's these things that last, they're pretty well immortal. And they have many group minds. I'll give you an example. There was, I have a nephew and a sister-in-law who are afraid of spiders. And they go around actively killing spiders. And I noticed that spiders start attacking them. As soon as they see them, they attack them. So there's like a kind of collective spider intelligence that's identified these people as a threat to all spiders. And these same spiders will never attack me. This sort of thing exists at many levels. But now we're talking about human groups. And we have, for example, in Japan, we have what is known as the sun goddess Amaterasu, and these people they're based around the royal family, the Japanese emperor, and they go back. They claim thousands of years, but at least to 600 A.D. When they crossed over from Korea. But they have a collective group mind that transcends generations, and it exists in millions of minds. There's a kind of a collective groupthink that is common to most Japanese, and you can see that as a sort of natural intelligence, but it's beyond individual humans. It resides in a collective, so it's like a collective conscious, and these are connected to ethnic groups with a shared history. Now, the problem, as we have looked into this, is the group that created monotheism. This is the group that ultimately controls Islam, Christianity, Judaism, and it's a family business. They use monotheism as a form of slavery, very high-level slavery. And what I've encountered by actually talking to these people is that they actually do believe there is a living God, or somebody actually plays the role of God. It used to be David Rockefeller. He was the head of the Bilderberg, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Trilateral Commission, and the groupthink ultimately led to him, and these were the people who owned the Fortune 500 companies. Now, David Rockefeller has passed away, and there was turbulence. For a while, George Bush Sr. seemed to be the closest equivalent to God in the West, the most senior mind in this sort of collective group mind that controls the intelligence agencies, the banks, the corporations. But he was executed. And it's now hard to say who is running this incredible vaccine horror show that we're living through. But for sure, the forensic evidence does lead to Klaus Schwab. He is a member of the Rothschild family. They're an ancient, from an ancient line of human slavers. And when these people take over a society, and I watched this in Japan because they've only been doing it, relatively recently here. They, first of all, how do they do it? Well, in Japan's case, Japan was colonized during the Meiji era, and they had a female member of their family. This is a Habsburg princess. Father the Meiji emperor, or give birth to the Meiji emperor, and that set them up with a very high level control mechanism. And then anybody who did not go along with this emperor, who is part of this family group that goes through the female bloodlines, what I call the Khazarian mafia, would be killed or otherwise neutralized. So they want to make sure that they have the top brain in the society, and that ultimately they have a godlike control. This is and so they've been systematically murdering prime ministers and other very intelligent Japanese who pose a threat to their control of the Japanese group mind, which they were trying to take over. And because the Japanese group mind has an ancient history, it's been very difficult. They've been fighting back. That's why we had World War II. That was an attempt by them to become independent. And now they're doing it again. But in the West, this system of mind control has much more ancient roots. And that's why you see all these people, otherwise, supposedly intelligent people, vaccinating themselves for something that they haven't even proven exists. And this is a very dangerous situation. And it's the Gnostic Illuminati need to understand that we're dealing with a natural intelligence that's based on these bloodline families. They're born into a collective intelligence. They have to go along with the group mind or they get killed. And they believe that their right is to enslave us and keep us under control. And they're trying very desperately now to impose their control on the whole planet. They're failing big time. They can't get China. They can't get Africa. And now Japan has become independent. So they're losing it. But in the West, they're cracking down very hard. And so it's important to identify who is the God equivalent in their system right now. And again, the trail leads to either Klaus Schwab of the Davos group, because he is a member of the Rothschild family, and he is clearly behind this so-called Great Reset that's going on. But the other person hiding there is David Rockefeller Jr. He's somewhere around Lake Geneva. So these two individuals, we need to find them. We need to interrogate them. We need to uncover their system of control. They're the ones who ultimately control the creation and distribution of money in the West. That's dollars and euros. I understand that the Bank of Japan has been taken away from their control and they no longer have that. But they certainly are frantically trying to keep people brainwashed through fear of, ever more dangerous diseases, and the Russians are coming, the Iranians are coming. They need fear, and they're trying desperately to keep the fear going. They now we've got this new Omicron. It's 500 times worse. But the reality is not behind them. They don't control the actual real world, and this is their flaw. So their lies are becoming undone, but we need people in the intelligence community and the military need to go to the area around Lake Geneva. We need to hunt these people down. We need to remove them. We need to end this fake Biden regime. We need to end this fake pandemic and the very real and dangerous vaccination campaign. It's vital that we carry on this fight. I'm glad to report that Japan has largely liberated itself, although the fight continues. And it's now up to England and the people in the Commonwealth, the Committee of 300, Queen Elizabeth. I believe that group is trying to liberate themselves. But ultimately, and they're not the ones in charge. I know that because they don't have the access to the money printing machine. I know this forensically. They've agreed to the idea of a future planning agency that would come up with, plans to make this planet a nicer place for everybody, including the animals and the plants and everybody. But they can't do it. It's not under their control. Now, they think it's the Asians, but the Asians only control Asia. They control the money in China and other parts of Asia. They don't control the stuff going on in the West. They're not the ones jacking up the stock market to record heights. They're not the ones handing out money to mercenaries to murder and terrorize people. They're not the ones controlling the media lie conglomerate machine. They're the problem, and they're located forensically, I keep repeating this, around Lake Geneva in Switzerland and Palo Alto, California. In other words, we're dealing with a combination of a natural intelligence, which is a family group mind of ancient ruling satanic class, and their supercomputers. And the one network is in Silicon Valley, and that's the Google, Facebook, Reddit, all that kind of stuff on the internet, trying to promote, a certain kind of groupthink that's to their benefit. And then you have the financial complex in Switzerland that controls the central bank of central banks, the BIS, and the entire creation of money. So these are the two places we need to physically occupy, and we need to locate David Rockefeller Jr. We need to locate Klaus Schwab. We need to take them in and interrogate them and find out who they report to. We need to uncover this network as quickly as possible, because it's now proven that these vaccines are killing people. So they're trying to carry out genocide in a desperate attempt to stay in power. So it's a life and death struggle. We are winning, but we need to understand it's a natural intelligence. It's a collective group mind that controls an ancient group of high-level human slavers. And they're the people who control monotheism. And we've seen it. They were able to remove Pope and replace him with a rubber-faced imposter. They were able to brazenly steal in a U.S. election and have another imposter put in there. And they got all these so-called world leaders spouting dangerous nonsense, not based on facts. Remember, they cannot prove that COVID-19 exists. They cannot. 138 different Freedom of Information requests have been made to the WHO, the CDC, Health and Welfare Canada, the Japanese Health Ministry, etc., saying, have you got evidence that COVID exists? Do you have a sample? And they don't. And any real infectious disease has samples. You can get influenza samples. You can say it's influenza A, influenza B. You can get cold viruses. They're called coronaviruses because they look like a crown in a microscope. Corona being Spanish for crown. So they can spot real things, and this time they cannot, because it doesn't exist. And yet they are vaccinating people, and a lot of these vaccines have been, now we have whistleblowers coming forth saying they contain graphene. We have whistleblowers saying that they cause blood clots, and we're seeing now the medical journal Lancet even saying that it's only the vaccinated people who are getting sick. So the proof is out there. This is the worst crime against humanity possibly ever, and we need to stop it. It's enough. Enough is enough. I'm taking every possible bit of action I can here, including lawsuits. I've gone and met members of the cabinet of the new Prime Minister Kishida, and I do everything I can here, as well as on the information war that's raging across the internet. But everybody needs to do their part. You can't sit back and wait for other people to do it for you. This is a fight we're all in together. We're going to win this, but they're literally fighting for their lives, and they are in control of the highest levels of government. Remember, it's the prime ministers, the presidents, finance ministers who they control. They also control the Fortune 500 companies. So but it's very centralized. Like I say, the Swiss study showed that 700 people control 90% of all transnational corporations. We know their names. We have a list of their names, and then we know who they report to. So it's really up to the intelligence agencies and the military to understand that civilian governments have been hijacked, they've been taken over, and the control is done through the privately owned central banks, through the BIS, and through Silicon Valley. So these are the military targets. We need to act, and the sooner the better. Okay, that's what I have to say for myself today. I appreciate your support. Now I would like to answer questions from my viewers and readers.
I got a question from a viewer here. It says, we the public at large don't know whom to believe. None of what is supposedly happening in the background is on MSM. So what signs do we look for that the evil cabal are being eliminated and the good guys are really in charge? Thank you, Ben, for all you do. You give us hope. God bless you and protect you.
Well, remember that what is closest to you is most important. So you have to look at what's happening in your real life. How many of your friends have been vaccinated? Who is promoting it? Where is the local center? Has that been closed down? For example, here in Kichijoji, Tokyo, Japan, they had a vaccine center set up right in front of the train station. That has been dismantled. It's gone. So you need to look at what actually affects your real life. Is your local supermarket well stocked or not? Are the local police corrupt or not? That's what people can do on a local level. You've got to trust your own eyes. And the other thing is, stop watching corporate information. Just cut yourself off from all the corporate lies and propaganda, and you'll find that you'll feel better. You'll be less scared. You won't be hearing about their lies anymore. And get information that you trust from people that you already know or that you can confirm from multiple directions. And use your common sense. But remember, most of all, concentrate on what's closest to you. Your friends, your family, your job. Make sure all that's okay before you worry about the bigger picture. But the important thing is, ignore the corporate media. Thanks. Next question.
The U.S. corporation has filed bankruptcy many times over the years and yet continues to function. Why is this time different? You say everything hinges on this bankruptcy, which continues to be delayed more and more, but why this particular bankruptcy? What is this going to do that other bankruptcies haven't done before?
Each time they've gone bankrupt, they managed to somehow kick the can down the road a bit more. So the big one happened in 2008, which was known to us as the Lehman crisis. And what happened then, this was very forensically investigated. The cabal promised the Asians, they said, okay, we're going to be different now. We're going to have a black president, and he's a communist, and so, America's going to be different this time, so please give us money. And they agreed, and an Asian royal by the name of Johannes Riyadi provided 700 tons of gold, which was then leveraged to 750,000 tons of gold worth bonds, which was created $23 trillion, and that allowed this entire show to continue for until basically 2020. The money ran out on January 31st, 2020. And that's why all the military members of the Trump regime left before January 31st, 2020, and they moved out of Washington, D.C., because they realized that the money ran out and they weren't going to be participating in a new regime. So what happened after that was the Rockefeller family, through their Hillary Clinton, who's the daughter of David Rockefeller, promised the Asians that they would be different. And they made a deal with them. They said, we're going to hand over Japan, Australia, New Zealand, and ASEAN to have a Republic of Greater China in exchange for money to keep going. And then they promised that Kamala Harris would be president after a short while with Biden. And this caused the Asians to keep financing the Biden show and this whole fake thing starting in August 2020. The other thing that happened was, of course, they had this long-planned pandemic that they were carrying out. They had obviously stockpiled vaccines in advance, and they had run simulations about how they could manipulate the public. So it was by telling the Chinese what they wanted to hear, and hope to, murder their way out of trouble using vaccines. But what I understand from the Asians is that they're not being fooled anymore, and they're not lending any more money. They're saying basically you can only pay cash, and they were able to get some money by looting the Japanese Agricultural Bank, and now they have bought more time by selling the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve, and they've also sold about 30% of commercial real estate. But they're running out of stuff to sell, and they're running a trade deficit of $96 billion a month. So the money, even if they can sell a Strategic Petroleum Reserve, it doesn't buy them a lot of time in the big picture. So mathematically, they are doomed. I'm not going to give a date, but they are going to definitely go bankrupt, and hopefully soon, within months. The whole world really needs it. Thanks. Next question.
When you say the genocide of 50 million Russians can be traced back to the Khazarian Mafia, does this bear any reference to the more recent rumors of Tartary, which was supposedly completely buried by the Cabal along with their culture, history, and science, supposedly just a few centuries ago?
This is not my area of expertise, but I understand that the remnants of the Golden Horde. Now, the Golden Horde was a Mongol group that subjugated and enslaved the Russian people for 300 years or so. And it was Ivan the Terrible. It was actually Ivan the Thunderous who blew up their fort and basically removed the control of the Russian people from the Mongols. And then ever since then, they've been persecuting the remnants. And some of them are, they've fled as far as Crimea. So there was a long historical thing involving the Russians and the Mongols and the Golden Horde, which is probably what they're referring to. But no, when I'm talking about 50 million Russians, I'm talking about the destruction of Christian Russians by the Khazarian Mafia. And this is revenge for the pogroms and stuff they had experienced. But basically, it started with the Communist Revolution in Russia, the murder of the Tsar's family, and then the big starvation crisis that hit parts of Russia. And it's nothing to do with this Tartar business. But the Russians know who killed 50 million of their people in the 20th century, and they are fighting against them. And I have recommended that they go ahead and invade the Ukraine and remove the criminal government there. It's the mafia government. But when they do so, the world needs to make sure that they don't carry out any further atrocities against the Tartar people. Okay, next question.
Hi, Ben. Can you comment on what I've heard regarding two militaries in the United States? one loyal to Trump and one corrupted by crooked generals. How much, if any, of this is true? I realize this is a huge can of worms, so thanks for answering.
You can tell by their actions and their words. If you have generals who are trying to vaccinate troops for something that doesn't exist, you know they're being corrupted, and you know that they have been either bribed or brainwashed. But yeah, I've heard the military who are loyal to Trump are in Mount Cheyenne, the bunker complex there, and at the Tool Air Base. And I have heard that they're going to take action. But so far, we haven't seen it. The other thing I can say is that the U.S. military in Japan seems to be with the good guys, as far as I can tell. But there is definitely a split. And what you need to understand is that with this Khazarian mafia control system, the corruption is always concentrated, pinpoint at the top. So it's people like General Milley you need to remove if you want to liberate the U.S. military. Any general who's suddenly rich for reasons that can't be explained by his military salary has been compromised and needs to be removed.
What impact is this new bogus virus variant going to have on this war? We all hope we aren't going to go through the whole cycle of oppression and persecution again, and that we'll be brought to a quick end of this time. Are our intelligence agencies taking any action against it?
They are, and that's why information is out there. You know, the reason why I'm able to appear on your screen telling the truth is because the NSA is allowing it. That means that the people in charge of a lot of the communications infrastructure are with the people. And I understand that the Omicron, whatever they're calling it, was not supposed to come out until mid-2022. So what's happening is that they're speeding up their repression and they're trying to intensify it, and that's a sign of desperation. Remember when the Soviet Union fell? Before the Soviet Union fell, the government of Romania fell, but Ceausescu, the dictator, he kept ramping up suppression more and more and more until he ended up being shot by a firing squad, and that's what's happening now. They're desperate, and they're saying, "Oh, we got to put everybody in internment camps who isn't vaccinated. We got to give everybody their vaccine passports now. Their mark of the beast ID." They're desperately trying to herd us into their permanent slave farm, and it's not working. Especially, I'd like to say, in the West, the American people seem to be the main source of resistance to their control, and the Europeans are more brainwashed, but even they're fighting. So importantly, it's the people in the military and the agencies who, at the end of the day, will save the people from this horrific ongoing crime.
And then I have our last question here. Could you please give us a bit of a background on who the main groups are that run the world, their character, agenda, history, territory, or whatever is relevant?
Oh boy, that's a big one. I'm just going to give you a very brief outlook. Okay. The main center for what I call the bad guys is around Lake Geneva, Switzerland. These are the people who control the BIS, the IMF, the World Bank, the UN. They are an inbred group of what I call Khazarian mafia, and they're the main problem. They control the as well as the UN and all that stuff. They control the 500 biggest corporations, and they are, I would say, the number one source of trouble in the world today. They're very powerful, but their control is highly centralized, and they don't control the real world commerce. So that's the group we need to worry about. The other one is the Dragon family. These are the traditional Asian royal families who have background control of most of Asia. But Asia is split too between what you would call the horsemen. These were the descendants of the Mongols, and they're strong in North Korea, northern China, Japan, and this is one group. And then the other group is the Chinese farmer people, and they control mostly communist China and Southeast Asia. So there's these two factions in Asia. And the other big faction we need to pay attention to is the military-industrial complex. White hats, they are now located in the Thule Air Base in Greenland and the Mount Shan complex. And finally, we have to talk about the Queen Elizabeth, the British Commonwealth, the Committee of 300. These are the global warming people. They lost a power struggle in the year 2000 when Al Gore had the election stolen from him by the Bushes, and instead of having a carbon tax to pay third world countries to build forests, based on lies. Okay, carbon doesn't cause global warming, but they wanted to save the environment without killing 90% of the world's population, and they are fighting, I believe, for the people, but they don't control the money tap at the highest level, which is why they are struggling. They had their big COP26 event. They couldn't get the money they wanted. They've reached a deal with the Asians to work together to increase the amount and variety of life on Earth, including human life. They've agreed to a big campaign, and they're not the source of the problem. The blockage, as I say, it goes to Silicon Valley and Switzerland, and it's this, what I call the Khazarian Mafia, and they control the Fortune 500 companies and the BIS, the UN, and the central banks, and they're the ones behind this big vaccine campaign. So I can't emphasize it strongly enough. We need to militarily occupy the area around Lake Geneva, Switzerland, and Silicon Valley in order to end this. I'll try to come up with a more comprehensive summary of the world power system as it is in a future podcast. Thanks for listening today, and I appreciate your support, and remember that you people are helping liberate the planet. Thank you. This is Benjamin Fulford speaking on November 26th, 2021. As you know, the war is going on. We are in the middle of World War III. It hasn't been declared, but it's obviously happening. And this is a war about the process for deciding what we as a species do in the future. It's about how we live on this planet. Now, what's happening is that the people who have been ruling the West and much of the world for thousands of years are facing a crisis such as they've never faced before, and they're fighting back very, very hard. So the war is far from over, but let's explain, first of all, what's at stake. Now, today is Thanksgiving Day in the United States. In Canada, we celebrate it earlier because the winter comes sooner. But the main idea is that we give thanks to our Creator. Remember, you don't have to believe in God to believe in a Creator. We did not make ourselves. Something else made us. You want to call it nature, the universe, or God, it's up to you. But the point is that we are fed and kept alive by this. And that's where we owe our ultimate loyalty. To the creation, to the actual world, the people, the nature that allows us to enjoy the miracle of life. And that's what this day is about, is thanking that. And that means staying faithful to the creation. Now, what's happening with our ruling class is that they are lying. They are fighting against the creation and the Creator. Let me explain. They are trying to vaccinate everybody with God knows what, based on a lie, something they cannot prove exists in the creation. So now 127 different organizations, governments, including the CDC, the WHO, Health and Welfare Canada, etc., have all been asked to prove that COVID-19 exists. And they cannot, because it does not. And yet they're trying to vaccinate everybody with something. And there are a lot of reports, from insiders that some of them are just saline solutions, others contain something that will cause cancer down the road, that some of them contain graphene, whatever. The point is they're vaccinating us for something they cannot prove exists, and that's based on a lie. Now, why are they doing this? The answer is basically they are bankrupt. They have run their system into the ground. They're unable to make their payments to creditors. When I mean creditors, is people who actually create things or stuff. In other words, cars, toys, commodities, anything that's based on reality. And the ruling class has been unable to pay for this. When I say the ruling class, I mean the people who control the so-called United States of America. They have not been able to pay for over 40 years for what they're getting from the rest of the world. And they're being, forced into bankruptcy, which would mean losing control over Western populations. And they don't want to do this. So they've come up with this so-called Great Reset, which is basically, what does it call for? It calls for stronger government. And it calls for more fair capitalism and more green. But at the same time, they're saying we've got to trace everybody. We've got to have, and we've got to have contact tracing. We've got to vaccinate. We've got to control the population. In other words, it's really about control. They're offering carrot and a stick. If you take the vaccine and submit permanently to slavery, we will make sure that you have a greener world, and we'll make sure you get your bug protein supplements every day, that sort of thing. And these people are criminals. Okay, they have been traced to many, many mass murders. The murder of the 50 million Russians in the 20th century can be traced to them. The murder of probably hundreds of millions of people since World War II from manufactured diseases, and this can be proven. They have been deliberately spreading bioweapons. This has been proven in the case of SARS and in many other cases. So we're dealing with mass murderers. And what people need to understand is that legally, self-defense is allowed. If they're trying to kill you, you are allowed to use lethal force to defend yourself. And these people make no doubt about it. They're trying to kill us. They're breaking the Nuremberg laws by trying to vaccinate us based on lies, and that is a war crime. And war criminals can be shot on sight because there's no other choice. We don't have the luxury of trials right now. So we are at war, and we are going to keep fighting this war until we have victory. And it is going to happen. What people need to understand is that this whole thing is just in the West. It's not happening outside of the West. It's just the countries they control. And that's where we need to fight. It's a fight over, the removal of a satanic cabal. And they are satanic. They really do worship Satan. Or even call it Baal, Molech, whatever. They're not Christians. They're not Jews. They're not Muslims. And they think of us as cattle. And they're entitled to kill us, to torture us, whatever. It's what, they can do to their farm animals. And that is who we're fighting. And there's no doubt about it that they are located now around Lake Geneva. That's where they're holding out. That's where they're hiding while this whole thing pans out. They're hoping to stay alive. And we're fighting tooth and nail to remove them. And we will continue fighting until final victory. And what are we fighting for? Well, okay, suppose we decide we get the right to choose our own future. What kind of world do we want to live in? Well, first of all, we have been destroying nature at a rate not seen since the extinction of the dinosaurs 65 million years ago. So we can start, and a fundamental agreement has been reached with a faction within the West. This is the global warming faction centered around the Queen Elizabeth and the benevolent members of the Venetian nobility, the traditional ruling class. They have agreed with the Asian royals to have a major campaign to increase the amount and variety of life. So more humans, more nature preserves, more fish, more everything. And that can be done, for example, if you turn the Sahara into a tropical paradise with water, you can have another Amazon right there. Or you can have a billion people living in, a high-level middle-class lifestyle in compatibility with nature. This is the sort of thing we're fighting for. We're also fighting for the right to choose to go out into the universe. Right now, we are not being allowed out into space because the ruling class in the West is considered profoundly evil, and we're under quarantine until we remove them. That's I know from very high-level sources in the secret space program. Until we remove the people around Lake Geneva and around Palo Alto, California, who are trying to force us into perpetual slavery and war, then we will not be allowed off planet. So we're proposing a massive campaign to increase living standards for everybody on Earth. We'll start this off with a jubilee. That means that all debt will be written off as a one-off thing. And there will be a redistribution of assets. All the assets that were not earned, but that were taken through central bank fraud, in other words, controlled by the people around Lake Geneva, the owners of the privately owned central banks, will be redistributed. But genuine capitalists will not be punished for creating value. So we're proposing, don't get me exact on the numbers, but if you take the money that has been stolen from the people via central bank fiat fraud, in other words, creating money out of nothing and then using that to force people to make tribute payments, i.e. paying off your loans based on something that they didn't have to lend, then there should be about $400,000 available for every man, woman, and child on Earth. That's enough to build a middle-class house with a swimming pool and have a nice car and money left over to create nature preserves. That's the sort of thing we're fighting for, and the battle is raging very hard, but they are mathematically doomed. They don't have the money. They don't have the real world stuff, okay? Right now what's happening, they're fighting very hard to avoid the bankruptcy of their system. And you can see this, for example, the so-called Biden administration is starting to sell the U.S. strategic oil reserve. That's just to get money to, kick the can down the road to prevent their bankruptcy. They're asking Japan to fork over some oil. They're doing everything they can. It's like a junkie taking his old watch and camera to the pawn shop to get, money for another couple of fixes, kick the can down the road until they really do have to face cold turkey. And cold turkey means, rebuilding the economy based on the real world, not on finance, which is all psychology at the end of the day. So that is what we're fighting for, and we're going to keep fighting until victory. There's a lot going on, but right now we're in a sort of a stalemate zone because they're kicking the can down the road. They're selling their oil, and it's hard to say when exactly they're finally going to go under, but it is going to happen. And if we keep pushing, it should be possible either late this year or early next year. But I don't want to give firm dates because it's a war and who knows what they're going to do next. However, we can see a great awakening in the population when they realize that their governments are not democratic in the West. They are controlled by a secret elite. And I've seen this in Japan over the years. They murder prime ministers and murder journalists, they murder industrialists in order to keep obedience. So, and then they're stealing elections electronically, or they're using everything in their power to stay in power. And what we're dealing with ultimately is fascism. When corporations take over government, that's known as fascism. And it's been forensically traced. 90% of multinational companies are run by 700 people. These are people who are on the boards of multiple corporations, and they all report to a very small group. We know them as the Octagon Group. We have some of their names out there, like Klaus Schwab. And they didn't get elected to control 90% of corporations. They didn't create value. They use murder, lies, and basically Babylonian tyranny. It's a system of Babylonian debt slavery. Remember, 90% or 92% of the money that they create, the banks create in the West, is based on nothing but lies. Why do I say 90%? Well, they have what's known as a BIS, capital to asset adequacy ratio. In other words, if you have $8 of real money, you can lend $100. I haven't been looking at the BIS rules. You know, I believe it's still 8%, but they may be lower now. So they're peddling an illusion, and this is what's destroying the planet, because they're not actually basing the economic system on the real world. They're basing it on their imaginations, on their ambitions, on their goals, not on actual real things in the real world. So we're going to keep the fight up. I know that the people who are behind the global warming campaign agree that we need a new system, and it's not the one that Klaus Schwab is pushing. And we know that the Asian royals are doing that. So what we're fighting against are the people who own the privately owned United Nations, the BIS, the World Bank, the IMF, and they don't want to give up power. They're doing everything they can to stay in power. We're not in any way targeting people who work for the IMF or the World Bank or the UN, who mean good, who are doing good. All these people will stay employed in the new system. And the new system will be run completely meritocratically, transparently, and democratically for all to see and all to participate. We have, put out detailed proposals on how to carry this out. It's not pie in the sky. It's based on the best systems we've ever seen on this planet for economic management. I'm talking about the system that led to decades of double-digit growth in Japan after World War II, and the lowest gap between the rich and the poor in all developed countries. Now, how did they do this? One of the big things they did was, after World War II, the Americans broke up all the big feudal estates. All the land was controlled by a few high-level aristocrats. That was all given to middle-class farmers. The result was decades of double-digit growth and very low income inequality. The system was only broken when the Americans under George Bush Sr., the Nazi faction, started murdering politicians to force them to hand over control. And the result is that Japan has since had decades of economic stagnation, and the gap between the rich and poor is now the worst in the world, in the developed world, after the United States. So this is a system that was broken by what I call the Khazarian Mafia, the people based around Lake Geneva. And we're saying, let's go back to the system that works. And one way to do that is we start with a Jubilee. We write off all the debt. It's a one-off thing. We redistribute assets, and we set up a future planning organization that will ask the people what sort of future they want, and then ask the experts how to make it happen, and do it all under complete, total public view. All the discussions will be available live on the internet. People can participate. It's not going to be something run by a secret group in a smoke-filled room as we have now. So that's the fight, and it's raging hard, but I guarantee you that mathematically the current ruling class is doomed. It's just a matter of time. But we need to fight. Remember, this is a war. and they're trying to kill us. So we're allowed to defend ourselves. This is not terrorism. This is legal self-defense. If these people are trying to vaccinate your children for something that doesn't exist, they are war criminals, and you're legally allowed to shoot them. Understand that. That's the military, the agencies, the police need to do that. But if they're not doing their job, citizens are allowed self-defense. It's legally permitted. We are fighting for our lives here. These people are not going to go quietly into the night, and we have to keep fighting until final victory. All right, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from my viewers.
Hey Ben, I have a pretty specific question here from a viewer. We are wheat farmers with a crop in the bin. Previously, if the US dollar goes down, our commodity prices go up. However, with the upcoming doomsday for the dollar and our economy, I am concerned that the prices for commodities may fall as there will be no one with money to buy them. What are your thoughts?
The people of the world will always need to eat. They'll always need the basics, and that's not going to change. The other thing is that there's a misconception that the dollar is going to collapse. It's not going to collapse. Let me explain why. The U.S. dollar is not controlled by the United States or by the Federal Reserve Board, despite what people think. The U.S. dollar, for example, if China exports to the United States and they get a surplus, they print a certain amount of dollars that's equal to the value of that surplus. And those dollars are backed by real things that the Chinese exported. The same with the Japanese. They print dollars based on things that they actually made. This is true of the oil companies, the oil countries. They also export oil, and then they print dollars. These dollars are all backed by the real world. Now, what's happened is that the dollars are not a single system. So the faction that controls the fake Biden regime prints their own dollars, and they can use them inside the United States. They can use them to jack up the stock market, but they can't use them to pay for oil or cars or something like that they have to import, unless they borrow money, and their ability to borrow money is being sharply restricted because they're deadbeats. But the bottom line is that commodities will always be kept stable. They're essential for human life. There's not going to be a huge drop in commodity prices. These are the basics, and they'll always be stable. I guarantee you. Okay, next question.
Your writings convey the conclusion that either the Rothschilds or Rockefeller cable, who currently control the world, or the Asian secret societies will control the world in the future, depending on who wins this behind-the-scenes war. If the old adage that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely is true, why should we believe that Asian secret societies will not fall to the same malevolent temptations? You have stated that the CCP will be removed from China, but why was it tolerated by the Asian secret societies in the first place, if they are benevolent? Please comment on the goodness of the Asian secret societies and why it isn't based on hopium.
All right. First of all, you're right that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. But if things are done in public, in other words, if everyone can watch, and it's not done in secret, it's very difficult to do bad things when everybody's watching. So a complete freedom of the press and input from the people via real-time live democracy will be the best ways to prevent power from corrupting absolutely. Now, what about the Chinese Communist Party? Well, my understanding was that the Asian elders, and the reason they need to keep secret, okay, is because we're dealing with high-level murderers. They murder prime ministers, they murder kings, they murder, in other words, it's for self-defense. It's not because they're trying to do something evil. And this is true of a lot of the Western groups. They're not all evil. But nonetheless, in the case of the Communist Party, a decision was made by the Asian elders that in order to modernize China and help it catch up with the West. This was the best system that they thought for China at the time. And what they did do is they did redistribute all assets at a certain point. However, the Chinese Communist Party didn't really help the people until around 1978 when Deng Xiaoping started the reforms that were based on the Japanese system that started after World War II and before that, with the government planning what sort of future they wanted to build. And they really did raise living standards in China radically. And so instead of having, literally tens of millions of people starving periodically, as used to happen in China, they've really very quickly turned it into a middle-class country. However, recently there's definitely something wrong with the Chinese Communist Party. They've been influenced by the idea of a social credit score and complete centralized control and a personality cult around Xi Jinping. And this is not a good direction for China to take. I understand that they're going to reform in a lot of ways, that they realize that they have serious structural problems and that they need a fundamental change in how they run that country. And I know it's going to happen. But the bottom line is that the only way to fight corruption is transparency, and the way to fight darkness is light. So as long as everything's in full public view, it's hard for people to do things that are very evil. And in China's case, there is transparency within the ruling class, and I know that a fundamental decision has been made to change the direction. Another thing I'd like to point out is that something has happened in China. They're running out of money for their Belt and Road. Their real estate-based development model has hit a dead end. They're not going to get out of this situation without some very, very radical changes. And those will be changes for the better. But right now, I tell you, the system is way worse in the United States than it is in China. If you're an American, you're 20 times more likely to end up in jail than a Chinese, for example. So, their system, I call it like a sort of soft and fuzzy totalitarianism. It's not ideal, but it's better than Babylonian debt slavery, which is, what now prevails in the United States. Okay, next question.
So the psychopaths seem to be pushing ahead and making great strides despite our protests and their crumbling facade. People are now being forced vaccinated, and multiple disasters like economic collapse, war, and mass starvations are impending. Meanwhile, we're told that the good guys are fighting back and the elites are being taken out, but are only offered our own mostly peaceful protests and the odd resignation or disappearance of a CEO or politician is of evidence of this. It seems, therefore, that we are making very slow and minor progress, if any, compared to the criminals in power. I'm in Australia, and it certainly looks bad here. It seems our military and ASIO are complicit in our overthrow. Please tell us all you can about plans to remove these evil people and when, approximately, we might see large-scale arrests or global pattern of forceful action against them.
Well, there have been large-scale arrests. An awful lot of people have been removed. For example, the removal of Angela Merkel in Germany is going to have a lot of ripple effects down the line. But you're right. We are now facing a situation where the elite are ramping up their efforts to stay in power by becoming increasingly more totalitarian and more fascistic. But if you look at what happened with the collapse of the Soviet Union and the Eastern Bloc, for example, you had the government of Romania getting ever more radical in their restrictions on the population, until finally the leaders were taken and shot. And I understand that this is happening in Australia, that there's a group at the highest levels of the intelligence and military agencies who know that the government has been hijacked, that is not representing the people of Australia, and you can say the same about Canada and New Zealand, and that some fundamental change will happen. But it's going to take a a lot of effort, and we still need to push through and bankrupt these people. I'm afraid that we're going to have to let things degenerate more before we get a critical mass in the intelligence and military ready to finally and totally remove these people. But there is a consensus. I talked to a lot of these people, and there is a critical mass of people in the agencies and the military who understand that the civilian governments have been hijacked, they're not representing the people, and that they are trying to impose fascism or communism, totalitarianism, whatever it is. It's not beneficial to the people, and it won't last. We are in a stalemate right now, I agree, and that's going to continue until their bankruptcy is pushed through, and that's just a matter of time. So hang in there and keep fighting. Everybody has to do what they can. This is no time for armchair warriors. You get on the phone, you call your local politician, you call government agencies, you call the military, go to protests, do everything you can. And if you see one of these top level people, make a citizen's arrest. And if they resist arrest, use necessary force. That's legally allowed in these circumstances. Next question, please.
And then, Ben, I just have a last question to end this video. It's brief. Do you have any information about what is going on in Norway? Is the royal family involved?
Norway was involved early on in the plan to kill 90% of humanity. They had this huge, they still do have this huge underground bunker network where the elite were going to hang out while 90% of the people died. So yes, they are involved. And the other thing I know about Norway is that the eruptions in the La Palma volcano in the Canary Islands that could cause a 100-meter tsunami to hit the east coast of the United States, southern Europe, Africa, and South America is originating from that base in northern Norway. So yeah, Norway is deeply involved. It's a center for the Nazi tool faction of the elite. Now they have some good aspects too, but right now I would have to say yes, the Norwegian royal family and elite are up to their eyeballs in this. Okay, thanks for listening, and hopefully there will be more good news next week. But we're in war, and we all need to fight and not give up. We are going to win this. Humanity will be liberated. Thank you. This is Benjamin Fulford speaking on November 19th, 2021. Thanks for joining me. Today I want to talk about something a little bit esoteric because it has a lot to do with the very bizarre situation we're facing worldwide now. It starts like this. The basic question in philosophy is, why does anything exist at all? Why isn't there just nothing? And the answer is that in order for nothing to exist, there has to be something to contrast it with. In other words, at a very fundamental level, this universe is digital. We know this as yin and yang, light and dark, 1 and 0, and it's actually very relevant because if the universe is a digital structure, and it has to be, there's no other possible solution, then there must be a way to hack it and to hack reality in and of itself. And that ultimately is what this battle is about. We need to think back on a few things. For example, we were supposed to go out to space in the, we're supposedly men landed on the moon in the 1960s. We're supposed to go to Mars in the 70s and then off to the stars. And instead, we're stuck here. And it seems to be there's two possibilities of why this is. One is that we are under a quarantine and aliens are not letting us off the planet because we're a dangerous warmongering species. The other possible answer is that we're like the characters in a Super Mario game. We're trying to get out of the game, but we can't because that's it. This is what we're restricted to. Either way, well, what we're facing ultimately is a battle over the control of reality. Now, I want to get more concrete. The discovery of the CRISPR gene editing technology is one of the most important changes in all of human history. CRISPR uses virus DNA to allow a pinpoint editing of human and animal and plant DNA. So we now have the technology. We could take an injection that would change your eye color, and the elite who have been controlling the West, and let's talk a little bit about them. I've met these people. They claim that they've been ruling us for 26,000 years. Now, I don't know if I believe that, but certainly the historical data shows that at the very least we have a group that first appeared as the Hyksos, who worshipped a goat-faced being with a forked tail. They were herders, and they attacked Egypt, and they destroyed the second Egyptian dynasty, and that's where they appeared in the record. But these are people with very sophisticated human herding technology. They learned how to herd grass-eating animals like cows and sheep, and when they found a bunch of grass-eating humans, growing food around the rivers like in Mesopotamia, the Tigris and the Euphrates and the Nile, they started to domesticate them as well. And they've considered themselves our rulers, our sheep herders, or, if they try to say they're good shepherds, And they basically have been controlling monotheism. And when they encountered this technology that theoretically we could become immortal, for example, they're discovering what it is that causes aging and decay, and they're finding ways to reverse that. But their thinking is, we don't want this for the people as a whole. They're thinking, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to take this technology and we're going to alter the humans so that they will be forever domesticated. As Henry Kissinger once famously said, in the future it will be as impossible for the average man to revolt against us as it is for a sheep to revolt against a farmer. This is their aim. And they also want to reduce the population because they think there are too many what they call unproductive humans. In other words, humans who aren't contributing to their palaces and their super yachts. So this is what's behind the vaccine campaign. And so it's really a fight right now between permanent slavery for the vast majority of humanity or liberation from thousands of years of debt slavery. Now, the way these people control a society is that they first require military conquest. Then what they do is they kill anybody who's smarter than them. We saw that, for example, in the invasion of Iraq. Suddenly they were hunting down university professors and intellectuals. The same thing happened in Japan after World War II. For example, I just found out that Prime Minister Konoe, who was a 3-term prime minister in Japan before the war, was killed by agents of the Rockefeller family 4 months after Japan's defeat in World War II, because they didn't want any smart Japanese, anyone smarter than them, because the idea is they make sure that they're smarter than anybody they're ruling. And then they take the smartest ones they let alive and they use them as fronts or servants. And they hide their own existence behind monotheism or whatever. They have many methods of doing it. And this is the system they've been using. That's why we have all these so-called leaders in places like New Zealand and Australia, whatever, trying to, enforce vaccines for an illness that they have not been able to scientifically prove exists. You can confirm this in many ways. I'm not going to go into the details now, but it's the fact remains that if you call the WHO, the CDC, Health Canada, the Japanese Health and Welfare Ministry, or whatever, and ask them, have you ever seen this so-called COVID-19 in a microscope? Do you have samples of it? And they'll say no. What they'll say is that it's detected by a so-called PCR test, which now even their own internal documents are saying is invalid. So basically, they're just using any excuse to vaccinate people with something that alters their DNA. We don't know for sure what it is. I know there's a 2014 article in the Rockefeller Institute papers there that was published that shows that they can inject a magnetic particle that allows mice to be controlled via electromagnetic radiation. In other words, using like 5G technology to manipulate mice. They've shown this. There's a scientific paper that's being published. And they have discovered such particles in 3.6 million vaccines that are due to be used in Japan. We also know that they have done experiments where they vaccinated rats in such a way that their dopamine production was increased. So no matter what you did to them, you kill their family, whatever, they're happy. So again, this would be a perfect way to turn people into sheeple. So no matter what happens to them, no matter what's done to them, they'll be happy. They'll smile as they go to the slaughterhouse type of thing. And I think that a lot of the vaccines have a saline solution. But here's the thing. Now, if we are living in a digital world, okay, and there's a pole shift. In other words, the people who control the reality, the people who control the story that we're being fed in the media change, then everything changes. So, for example, we have the so-called mainstream media, and their story is that there's a horrible disease and we're curing it with a vaccine. And a lot of people think, oh my God, we got to save people's lives. We got to vaccinate them so that they won't die of this horrible disease. So they think they're doing good. And a lot of the, like I said, the people are always dumber than their rulers, and that's why they hate people who think for themselves or self-educated, whatever, because they can't brainwash them, they can't control them. And there's a lot of us, thanks to the internet and thanks to the fact that we've always been educating ourselves, especially in the West, but also in Asia, and maybe most of all Africa, because they're the ones who have been avoiding this campaign the most. But in any case, suppose there's a pole shift. So suddenly the vaccine is bad and the disease is fake, becomes the ruling narrative. In other words, the people who actually control power say, okay, the vaccines were bad. So what does that mean? Well, I'm pretty sure it means that anybody who thought they were doing good is going to be okay. So people who took a vaccine and thought it was going to help them, they will be helped. It's all a kind of a psychological thing. And people who didn't take the vaccine will be okay too. It's only the people who are trying to kill large percentages of the population, either way, who are going to suffer once this pole change happens. And it is going to happen. It has already happened at a high level. So we're going to see a change in actual reality that really could lead to immortality and also an expansion of, even if we can't, suppose this is a Super Mario reality and we can't get on a rocket ship and go to other planets, we can still expand this reality by turning the deserts green. For example, the Sahara is bigger than China or the United States. You could turn that green and make beautiful homes for billions of people. You could do that with the Arctic lands. You could also build out into space organically. We could build underground. In other words, instead of trying to reduce the world population by 90% like the people in Switzerland are doing, we can start to increase the population and increase the amount of nature. So this is the battle. Our group is saying we want to increase the amount and variety of life, including human life, and we have the methods to do this. And the other group is saying, well, we want to, completely enslave humanity forever. And we know who they are. They have been identified. A famous Swiss study showed that 90% of transnational corporations are controlled by 700 people. They're in the boards of different companies. And these 700 people report to what I call, or it's known as, the Octagon Group in Switzerland. And their names are coming out. I've mentioned this before, but they're being hunted down. There's a war going on, and we are winning. There are reports of explosions or not explosions, reports of earthquakes all over Switzerland, 10 kilometers deep. That's a good sign that somebody's going after their bases there. And I think you'll notice that corporate propaganda outlets are being forced to change their story. You can see, for example, now they're saying that you don't need to get vaccine, just take a pill. They're winding down this story. It's happening in real time. But at the end of the day, what it means is that we as a species are going to be able to decide our own future. We're going to be able to decide what we want to do with this planet. And there's no reason why we cannot turn Earth into heaven. And that's what we're fighting for. And these people are losing control in so many ways, but that it's just so obvious. There are contradictions in their stories, there are flip-flops, and more of them are disappearing, and they're running out of actors and ability to fool us with computer graphics. So, I know it seems dark and gloomy in many places, especially places like Austria, Australia, where the cabal is fighting tooth and nail to herd us into their pens. But they're losing, and it's going to continue unfolding. So we're going to have to start thinking now about what we do after we win, what kind of world we want to build. But I'm pretty sure that we would all like to have the choice to be immortal, and I also believe that a lot of us would like to improve ourselves. For example, I'd love to have eyesight as good as an eagle, and if that's possible, I don't see why that should be prevented. Or maybe be as strong as an ant. I don't know. There's a lot of things that are going to be possible. And we need to have very careful discussions before we take action on, for example, improving ourselves genetically. And, the word improving is very loaded, but there are a lot of things we know for sure. For example, we don't want to die, most of us. So let's get immortal. I think that's a no-brainer. But there are a lot of other things that can and will be done. And the trick is to remove their control from the financial system. That is the key. It's the privately owned central banks and their ability to pump money out and manipulate us with money that's the key. And the base for all that, if you follow the forensic trail, is Switzerland. And the other, of course, trail leads to Palo Alto, California, where you have Google and Apple and Facebook and all these controllers of the internet who are trying to censor any truth about this fake pandemic. So there is military action, I'm being told, against both those places, but don't believe it until you actually see it happening. And it has started. When you see the Washington Post and New York Times retract the stories they pumped out about the Steele dossier, for example, somebody has gotten to them and forced them to tell the truth. And there's going to be more. And it's happening. But what we need to understand at a fundamental level is this is a battle over the shape of reality in and of itself. What kind of world we want to build. And finally, I'd like to say our ultimate enemy is death. We don't want to die. We're fighting people who work for death, who are trying to promote death, who are being bribed by death. They say, well, we'll give you extra baubles if you continue promoting death. It's like they're traitors to life in and of itself. That's who we're fighting. And if you're a military person, a police person, an agency person, ask up the chain of command. Do you have proof this virus exists? Why are you vaccinating people? Something you can't prove exists. Who is ultimately in charge? And we're fleshing them out. But I remain optimistic. However, the battle is not over. It's also, finally, as part of my model, I like to say that the Kyoto police are going to come and question me on the 24th of November. Some people, who are, I'm sure, working for the Rockefellers are trying to file criminal charges against me for slander. They're trying to put me in jail here. So this is a fight. It's you know, it's getting very personal for a lot of us. We've had family members vaccinated. We've had being fired from our jobs. So really, it's getting personal for all of us, and we need to continue to fight hard and take the battle to them. But we will win, I guarantee you. Okay, that's what I have to say for today. Now, I'd like to get to questions from readers and viewers.
Yes, so I have a question from a viewer here, and it starts with this comment. Corona vaccine is starting for 5 to 11-year-old children from February of next year. The Japanese government plans to kill even infants. Benjamin, why do we find such news over here in Japan about the government thinking of starting to eject the children from 5 to 11 as of next February? Wasn't the KM supposed to have been ousted from this country and the fraudulent pandemic stopped? If all of this drama must be obliterated, then remove the Soka Gakkai cult altogether and the Lee bloodline who are controlling this country since the Meiji era. They are the ones pushing for this fraud and nonsense and participating in human genocide, with the support of the Rothschild, Rockefellers, the Bill Gates, and the Soros, of course. What is going on? Which are the false infos?
Well, clearly the attempt to file criminal charges coming out of Kyoto against me is a sign that we're dealing with the Fujiwara family. That's, you know, the traditional controllers of the imperial family there, and the criminal gangs that subcontracted for them. But I've seen all the vaccine centers locally shut down here, and they've stopped announcing new cases. So I believe the government in Tokyo is not going to vaccinate people, but we're going to have to keep fighting, and what we need to do is identify the people who are appearing on TV pushing these vaccines, and we need to find them, and we need to arrest them. And we all need to fight as hard as we can. They're trying desperately, and they still have a lot of money and a lot of thugs working for them. They like I say, they've been our sheep herders forever, so they have a lot of power, and we must not underestimate them. But I tell you this, I promise you this, that even if they inject people, they're not going to die. Okay, I say that because I've seen it happen. They said, bird flu is going to kill us all. It didn't. Ebola is going to kill us all. It didn't. Then they said that the Fukushima accident was the worst nuclear accident since Chernobyl, and yet not a single person has died of radiation here. So we are being protected at some very high and esoteric level. I believe it's the life force in and of itself that's fighting to protect us. But I guarantee you, even if they manage to vaccinate people, they're not going to die.